Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the November 1st meeting of the Barrington Planning Board. We call the meeting to order and start with a roll call attendance. Fiscal line here. Present.
Yes, you're here.
Matt present. All right. We do not have any alternates to. Motion is voting members this evening. Do we have anybody? Is Joyce online?
No.
Nope, Joyce is ill. She will not be present this evening.
And
We do have a quorum.
yes, we do. Right, review and approval of minutes. I'll be completely candid. I did not review the minutes.
Good thing.
I don't have a lot to say about it. I don't know if anybody else had a chance to. I know they came.
I'll skip a little bit, didn't see anything.
You like us to wait for you to read them?
Is there a motion to approve them or would
That
someone
motion to. I'll second that motion.
roll call vote?
John,
Still up? Just you're on. Yeah.
Half abstains. Discussion with the board for preliminary conceptual site plan.
Before you start, did you want me to put up the plans for you?
Sure. Is everybody looking to follow along?
Yes, sir.
For the record, my name is Christopher Barrington, with various surveying and engineering, representing Mr. Thibodeau. Mr. Thibodeau has proposal lands on Young Road. Costs from a former project that we undertook a few years back. This is just off of the intersection of 9 and approximately 5 acres or so. Currently there's a fire cistern that was installed as part of the project across the street. That was installed by easement on this particular parcel. The applicant has asked that we prepare an existing conditions plan and boundary survey for the project site. Jack Hayes is the wetlands and soil scientist for the project. And so we've gone out, we've mapped the entire site for topography, wetlands, and soils. And given the fact that this property is adjacent on 2 large sites by town-owned and eased by Southeast Land Trust, and is in conservation, we felt the best use of this particular piece of property was for a conservation subdivision and not a conventional subdivision. And so as part of that process, the zoning ordinance as well as the subdivision regulations describe that we discussed with the board in concept of the proposed subdivision to glean any ideas that the board might have, any benefits that we can move forward with for project design, so that they are implemented as part of the design and not afterthoughts to the project. The ordinance requires that we prepare a yield plan for the subdivision process, which determines the number of proposed lots for the site, and then that is then converted into an open space subdivision design. So the first sheet in the preliminary set proposes most of the frontage lots. There's a large amount of frontage in the particular project, multiple thousands of feet. With the proposed backlots and 2 proposed cul-de-sac areas, we've determined that the site yields approximately 23 single-family buildings. Each lot shown on the concept plan or preliminary plan contains the adequate amount of frontage, adequate amount of buildable areas, contiguous buildable areas, and applies the required buffers to the site, as well as the front, side, and rear setbacks. Few things to note: the large wetland that is central to the property is a prime wetland that sits in the center of that. The very poorly drained soils have been mapped so that that area is defined. And so the buffer areas that are shown on the preliminary plans are overlays of both the 50-foot wetland setbacks and 100-foot pond wetland buffer. I would note that with the exception of one small wetland crossing for one of the proposed cul-de-sacs, there are no buffer impacts proposed as part of this project on the yield plan concept design. And so there's no 9.6 permit requirements. There'd be no environmental relief required by the zoning board in this yield plan or the planning board, other than the what is required for one small crossing at the back of the site. The proposed project would, page 2, would take all of the proposed density still clustered around the roadway. The Barrington Conservation Subdivision ordinance is really geared towards developing roadway infrastructure and clustering units around that new infrastructure. And I think as at least two other applicants have pointed out in the past, with pieces of property that have adequate frontage, or large amount of frontage, there's a better way to do that so that infrastructure is not constructed and that then the town is infrastructure. What we're proposing is the required 100-foot setbacks or buffers to the side of the property. We would hold the lots in the 100 feet that would be required as part of those buffers, and then proposed a frontage subdivision where we would have lots and then tee two of the lots back to the developable buildable areas at the rear, and remove all of the proposed roadway infrastructure that would be required for the project. In this plan, just like the field plan, all of the setbacks to the wetlands and wetland buffers, as well as the prime wetland buffer, would be respected. There are no conditional use permits as part of this particular design and concept layout. All driveways would be shared in some respect, or a large majority of them would be shared in some respect, so that there'd be an apron for at least two lots, and then they would branch out into the building areas and building envelopes. So there'd be no roadway infrastructure, and we minimize the number of curb cuts for the proposed project by sharing those entrances. This is a very similar layout to the project that was done by Mr. Felzone on Toland Road. We would hold proposed buffers along the front of the project site and the building areas behind those buffers. A few things that we wanted to point out as part of the project design. All of the area that is adjacent to the already conserved space would be part of the open space. We're not reaching back trying to get to land that's otherwise developable, but adjacent to the existing land. There's a trail that works its way from Young Road onto the conserved space. This subdivision is designed around that trail to keep it free and unencumbered by residential development. And again, we have no proposed wetland. We have reviewed driveway cuts for sightline profiles. Young Road, it looks fairly flat on such a large scale. Young Road has some slopes to it and has some curves to it. So site distances for each one of those driveways is important. We've started analyzing the best place to have driveway cuts for those particular sight lines. The applicant's worked with the chief to determine that a cistern that was previously installed is also adequate for development. We have undertaken test pits on each one of these proposed shown lot to within the provided 4,000 square foot pitching areas. Wells on site would require well raised easements over the lot lines with each one of the lots inside the subdivision. It's very common in a subdivision design such as this. One thing that we wanted to discuss with the board, this project would require a variance from the zoning board of adjustments to permit driveways within the front buffer. So we have one proposed variance for that proposed use. There may be a special exception needed for driveways not over lot frontages. So in the case of lot 18, 19, 20, and 21, We're undetermined on how to best approach driveways in those particular areas and how to reach those developable zones, whether it be done with one private road, whether it be done with two common driveways or some design in between. On lot 12 in particular, but there are likely others in the subdivision. Lot 12 has some slope at the back of the site where showing the wetland line and then the buffers. That lot, as well as one or two others, would be much better suited from an environmental standpoint if the building areas were pulled towards the roadway. And so after review of the topography provided, whether or not the board felt that additional relief would improve this subdivision design in that respect, or if there are other suggestions that the board has something designed that would improve the design from an environmental standpoint, but also from a fidelity standpoint. So with that, I'd be happy to try and answer any questions the board has and take any input you have so we can move to turn the design process.
If you don't mind me pausing for a second, Joel, if you're gonna have a conversation, could I ask you to take it outside because it's sort of interrupting what I can hear Chris saying. Thank you. Right. Board.
Can I make a comment? There's one other zoning issue you're gonna have to get is that 100-foot buffer being on the individual lots.
Okay.
You didn't mention that, but that was one we had talked about. They had to get that on Toll End Road also.
So how much relief would you be looking for those 12, 13, 14, and 15, to like 25 feet?
Yeah, we'd like to pull the building envelopes forward 25 feet or so. We'd like to pull the building envelopes forward 25 feet or so, and we would actually restrict the rear of the lot. Not necessarily in kind, but we would look at further restrictions at the rear of those lots. The best building area for those lots is towards the front line. So
You did have a question on lot 18 because there was no driveway access on the plan.
So we would propose that that be shared over the frontage of both 18 and 19.
Okay.
And that
With the private road,
with
the
the,
solution,
with, yeah, either a private road or a shared driveway.
it's less than 180 feet to get down to 14 feet. Right?
That's right.
Will you be looking at only sharing with them, assuming those three lots, then 19, 20, 21?
Yeah, the 18, 19, 20, and 21.
At that point.
Correct, once you hit 12.
We're driving.
Yeah, that's what I said, it would be a 30-foot front, wide, 8-foot tarred.
Yeah, it could be built to town standards.
Yes. Now, could you also drag in lot 22 so they could sacrifice having a driveway? Road.
Potentially, I think one of the appeals of some of these back lots is to provide more rear appeal, not necessarily have, excuse me, a roadway in their front lawn, so not front lawn, but the front of their lot. So we've looked at both the private road that Mr. Knapp are discussing. Or also the potential of having two of them ganged up together. So potentially having 18 and 19 ganged up and 20 and 21 ganged up. And that particular layout and design would likely require that I shift the lot line between 21 and 22 over a little bit so that there's a little more width there to get the two driveways in that same space.
Yeah, I was looking at 75 feet, and you've got marked out for those. I think it's pretty wise. Yeah. Another question on 17, is the wetlands there, is that under 3,000 feet?
Yes.
No buffer.
Yes, sir.
So would you be looking at, like, again, as we talked to shared driveway concept, like 15, 16, 17? As I look at this, there's a lot of driveways popping out on the Young
Yeah.
Road, and that road is real from a sight line
I've
standpoint.
never seen a pedestrian on that road.
Yeah.
You can't take your life in chance.
So 16 and 17, that's another opportunity for a shared access point. 15 potentially I think most importantly, 9 and 10 would obviously share, 7 and 8 would share, 6 and 5 would share, 3 and 4 would share, 1 and 2 would also share. So we're looking at a lot of frontage lots or frontages. But I don't want to use the number half because it probably won't work out as evenly as half, but there's a large reduction in the number of driveways proposed. We keep that out as one of the design elements at the onset of the project.
I did have a question. When I looked at your yield plan, reference lot 25, that one strikes me as a little bit of a stretch because you have so little frontage on it. And you're not really across the pond to get to the other side. And your yield up front is so small.
So the yield plan, as part of the process moving forward, we would prove the yield plan out in much greater detail than we're showing here. And how to make things more viable is one of those approaches.
Because it just seems like a lot of lots crammed in there, and when you start looking at some of these wetlands crossings and trying to cross over the streams, it becomes almost viable.
Yeah, it looks like it's also eat up a lot of the uplands. Conservation in the area you're gonna conserve by crossing into the water. Well, when are you gonna put 4 lots over there in the yield plan?
Sure. So, but that area is also, the yield plan is just that, it determines the total yield of the property. Viability, in this day and age, first, your regulations don't necessarily talk about viability from in terms of a financial standpoint, but also viability in terms of what lots are worth and what road infrastructure costs. A lot nowadays, specifically in this town, it's got a lot of value to it. So I don't know that the yield plan itself speaks to viability directly.
Plus the 2 roads you're gonna have to put in.
Right.
Well, but Chris, on the viability part, you said don't. All these lots meet their frontage requirements. Or this 200 feet is in general residential.
Yes.
Does 4 have 200 feet of frontage?
But 4 is a back lot. So the ordinance allows for 2 back lots as part of the proposed project design.
And I look at
But
9,
there's more than
which
two
wetlands
back
inside.
No, there's, on the yield plan, there are only 2 back lots.
But I look at 9, and 9 with the wetland impacts. Can you meet the setback requirements in 9? It doesn't look like it's made.
So lot 9, where we show the lot number and lot area, there's a building envelope there that is big enough for regular infrastructure well and flood down the flood area.
That little red slash right there, that's buildable. No. That's all you have, right?
Yes, that's the buildable envelope, but again, I think one of the things we need to consider is you're looking at a half scale, 100 scale plan, so you're looking at a 200 scale plan. So as I pointed out to the chair, as we move forward through the design process, we understand that we're going to need to prove out the lots on the yield plan for both a land mass, bulk and standard standpoint, but also buildability.
Yeah, and I think 13.3, I also.
We can endeavor to prove that out too.
Sticking with the conservation plan, you end up with 38 acres of conservation. I know you have to, but
Yeah, the yield, I think, is what sort of starts the conversation. It's required by, but
yeah.
we would much prefer the conservation subdivision for obvious reasons.
I had a question on item number 3 on page 2. Potential parking area. Adjacent to lot 1, 100 feet there before you hit the Goodwill property line. It'd be possible to put a parking area in there for half a dozen cars. They could walk down along the buffer, behind the plots and get to the.
Yeah, that's one potential spot, and we were thinking of a potential spot near the trail that bisects the property.
But I think some of those.
Yeah, we would have to,
23?
we would have to carve out, part of 23 or something.
Which is tough because the road that we go in there is 75 feet wide, or, before you get to the buffers, the setback in the buffer, to reach 23.
Yeah, but there's adequate space for a driveway
Okay.
and parking area, that's right. One of the other things the applicant, wants us to incorporate as part of the project design is opening up gaps. I think I pointed this out in our, just brief project narrative. Opening up gaps, by example, 20-4 and 20-5, opening a gap up there so that 20-5 has direct access to the open space. So that we're not required to have easements or cross over people's properties to gain direct access.
So it'd be like just 10 feet, so.
Yeah, something very basic.
That was actually something I had noted when I looked at them. It's 20, 20-2, 20-5, 20-8, 20. What's the other one? 20-17.
Yep.
All 20-20, well, 22 is okay, but they don't have access to those conservation bases.
Right. So if we simply slide the lot line or create a gap, so the open space would sort of wrap around and touch the back of each one of those properties, it would allow them to have direct access.
Well, speaking of the open space, I mean, the requirement is 50% development. You get a lot of wetlands, you get 50%.
Yes, in fact, I note that on the plan, so we've got.
Yeah, it says we got 20.77, 16.39.
That's right.
Have you guys looked at or thought about the traffic impact on the road?
We haven't looked at it yet. It's considered as part of our scope to prepare an analysis for you.
Okay.
This is a major subdivision, so it's
Yeah.
required.
With all the lots, you think you guys, your preliminary assessment is you're gonna be able to maintain site distance for driveways?
Yes, we've laid out, both on paper and on the ground where the driveways would be. We've assessed them both on paper and on the ground. And we would prepare site distance profiles for you to review.
That's a churn around lots. 14 to 15.
Yeah, and
That'd be a little house used to be.
that particular area is also a sightline easement on the other side of the property.
Yeah,
That's where
they
they
did lower it.
That's where they cut all that back. We're also on what I call the good side of the curve, or the back side of the curves.
The new plan, Chris, those are 5 back lots, that would be great.
So these are not considered backlots. The ordinance requires that at the front building setback, the lot have 75 feet in width. So we're taking advantage of basically the narrow 25-foot strips down the roadway with the shared access similar to a back lot to gain access to the buildable lot.
Say that again.
Yeah, do that again.
The ordinance is,
See 25, page 25 in your zoning, lays it out, the little chart.
so the ordinance doesn't prescribe frontage. It doesn't actually require frontage. It requires that at front building setback, there be 75 feet. This is just a preliminary, we're looking for any initial feedback the board has. To finalize it.
My general sense is there's a lot crammed into there and it's gonna be a lot of activity and a lot of impact to that area. As a person that drives it every day, I know how challenging it is to see coming around there and any traffic or any pedestrians. My concern is we're gonna put a whole bunch of people in peril. To see when you come in with the layout, like the sight lines and how that looks, and if people are actually safe.
Just make sure there's a little bit of water on the front of those foot setbacks. We'll get those jump safety off the road.
Well, there's a requirement that it remain vegetated as a buffer in the regulations. There was the other thing I was going to bring up, because you had mentioned parking possibly for going out back. So if you're going to be adding parking in the front there, you should bring that up at the ZBA too, because of that natural vegetated buffer, the area of the parking, you would have to take that away to accomplish that.
Yes.
Just remind us, Chair, there's no sidewalks in town.
There are, you can have some stuff. This is not an area. Yeah, thanks. Any other questions, comments, concerns?
All right,
You want to get public comments so they can see if there's anything on.
there's.
There was
uh,
no butters, no.
The preliminary review doesn't,
It doesn't, not required. I didn't know if you wanted to see if you
oh,
heard anything, you know.
yeah, it wasn't noticed, but if.
No, was it
If
noticed?
if there's public here to discuss it, I'm happy to.
It's just a preliminary, I wouldn't open it up, and I don't think there's.
Okay, it's your choice, you're the chair.
All right. Okay, so we'll do it. Good.
Yeah, for the next-
No, you're fine. You got to think it's strong. Next item on the agenda is design review 234-25-1-D-22 TSB construction. All yours.
Okay. So again, Christopher Berry with Berry Surveying and Engineering. We are here for a design review. This is a notice meeting. And we would like input from the board as well as input from the budding landowners. As some background, this property was originally part of land that was developed. This is the remaining piece that comes on 9. The piece has been sold to one of the partners of that former project. And we've been through the zoning board of adjustments for a variance request to have a lot less than 200 feet frontage while creating 2 backlots. The zoning board approved that variance. However, there was a request for a hearing, which is scheduled to take place later this month. At which time the zoning board determine whether or not there's sufficient new information to read the case. Time being, we wanted to produce a design schematic level set of plans to again gain input from the planning board as well as the surrounding landowners so that we can take those considerations when doing the final full design project. What we're proposing is essentially one frontage lot. However, all three lots will take access off of a shared access point that required both the zoning board action that I discussed a few seconds ago, but also a special exception to allow for multiple driveways to be taken not off of the frontage of their lot. These would be proposed as two single-family homes in one duplex lot, meaning that it's sized to permit a duplex style home or homes situated on them. We have previously been before the board approximately 2 or 3 years ago with a design review on the same piece of property for these 9 townhouses. The zoning has subsequently changed. There would be a slight reduction in the number of townhouses that would be permitted on this site. But we are in the BC zone, which permits townhouses to be constructed on a private roadway. The applicant sought variance relief from the ZBA to do a project that has, in our opinion, less impact both on the land, but also the abutting landowners. One of the items that came out of that original design review hearing was concern of having townhouse units that are up on a hill behind one of the primary landowners that sit in front of the site. And so the applicant sort of took that into consideration when looking how to best design and develop the site. And the 3 lots that are proposed, in our opinion, are at least lesser impact than what could be developed under that provision of the zoning ordinance. We propose in this particular design, a private road, private driveway to access 3 lots. Stormwater considerations will need to be taken into effect. We'd have stormwater detention, but also treatment at the base of the slope prior to discharge into the normal and existing flow patterns. As your planners pointed out, this project will need to be viewed from a whole host of standpoints by your consulting engineering company, the CMA. We understand that. This project also requires a DOT permit. We're on 9. We started that process and we have engaged District 6 in a DOT process for this driveway cut. There's an old road that cuts through the front of this project site. We understand that there may be rights to wheel into the road, around the road. There may be rights to others that exist over that road. So our design will be careful not to block that road or block that access that somebody might have over that land area. So again, that's part of the planning for the final project that will be taken into consideration. We do have steep slopes on site, so again, the stormwater analysis as well as the sediment erosion control analysis would be provided to the board. Slope stability analysis would also be part of the plan set, as well as sediment erosion controls throughout construction to be placed on site. 4,000 square foot leaching areas are provided as part of the subdivision, wells, subjects for the projects. So with that, I'd be happy to try to answer any questions the board has and any that abutting members which we answer.
I see that the lot number 1, I guess you're putting the house way at the top of that. Lot number
5-1, so
25 now.
becomes 25, 1, 25, 2, 3.
Well,
So it's 8, 9.
8 and 9, because 2 and 3 were used on the proposing subdivision.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. Yes, so 25-9.
Guess what I'm looking for is, if it is up there, you've got 650-foot driveway going up to the house.
Yes.
100 feet wide, so I guess you could get a turnaround for the fire engine.
Yeah, so a proper hammerhead design, a 50 by 50 would be required. We would need to meet the regulations for chapter 18.
Okay. And as far as the drainage, I know you got to come up with a plan. The only mention was a small one next to that road remaining. Other people had that. But
Yeah, there would be others needed.
a 100-foot drop there.
Right.
Top of the,
Right.
to the road, so.
There'd be other detention cells needed up, further upslope.
Yeah, I'm wondering if he'd fit in that 100-foot with.
Yes.
That,
Yep.
the driveway. We know we're near the Cape, Garrison. Remains.
There's no need to deal with it.
John, you may, have the answer on this, because I know I don't have it in my fingertips. With the 25-9 being a multi-unit dwelling.
You can do a duplex by right, has nothing to do with your subdivision regulations. That's when he does more than 2 units above it, it applies.
Well, my question there is around the driveway aspect of it. Is it still a driveway? Because now you're serving 4 residents.
Yeah, you changed it to on that
Road thing.
Right.
It got changed in subdivision. I think before it used to say lots and you changed it to dwellings. In the last change, when you made the change last year.
Right, and this is serving 4 dwelling.
Wow. Yeah, so it would have to be built as a private road coming in because of the 4. If they do the duplex, if they do just single families, then it wouldn't have to.
Right, then it can be built as a driveway. as opposed to-
Correct. Well, and they would have to do the pullouts, was it every 500 feet, I think was what the new regulation said.
Now, I know 25-1, you're looking at putting the house to the front of the lot, it looks like,
Yes.
but. And I mean, it meets the dimensional configuration, the general size configuration, but dimensional. Just questioning if, like, the conformity of the lot, or we creating a non-conforming lot.
So, lot width, are you referring to lot width?
Yeah.
So lot width, I was careful to stay well over the 75 feet.
Heading back in there. Yeah, I was trying to, pull that out from the data, like the lot lines that I got there.
Yeah, I think on a full submission, I'll dimension that for you, but it's, you have 25-foot sideline setback, so I believe that's, if I remember correctly, the design that's 100 feet wide.
To get back to your driveway question, it used to say dwellings. And sometimes that first dwelling wasn't built or a second one wasn't built and they built them smaller. So you changed it to lots. So it's based on lots, not on dwellings. I'm just saying, I've just wanted to look up the regulations, what it actually
I
said.
know,
Yeah.
that's.
Well, before what happened is there would be 4 lots, but only three dwellings built to leave it as a driveway. And then the last guy was stuck with doing the road at the end.
Which was our concern.
Right.
That's what we talked about.
Can you change one thing and affect something else?
Yeah. I'll go back to get you.
Just a note number 14, on sheet 7, actually refers to. Done on meeting house.
Yeah, there's a lot of pilfering and just notes to get them on paper at this point, so we would go through the entire thing.
See, actually, that's on.
I mean, we know you really miss having Jeff, really, like, go through these with a fine tooth comb.
I haven't been here since Jeff was.
And for, I was suggesting on the staff report in the description, it says 4 acre lot. I believe that's incorrect. I think it's 9.
contours that are around that driveway are gonna be interesting.
I'm gonna need an AOT, all of this,
No,
earth moving.
the AOT won't be required, the driveway will have to be constructed and stabilized first, and then residential construction can take place after that. As part of lot development, if they were to undertake all of the project at once, it would.
Save yourself a couple of months.
Yeah, there's that residential lot exemption for the specific, okay.
And just out of curiosity, I'm sure you ran it, what would the new lot yield have been if you had done it? They were looking to do the condo on it, that's the, yes.
I think it was 6. I actually don't remember.
Take 9 acres and roughly 2 acres for your first unit, then the 40,000 that it got changed to be 1 for each additional unit, so that would give you 7 additional, so that would give you 8 for a yield. And that's using round numbers, you know. It might be 9 because everything's a little less than those full acre.
Driveway runs over to it. 25-9. Could be a buffer between you folks and neighbors further down.
Well,
Slope down.
so the driveway design is specific and the lot design is specific for that purpose. We wanted to keep the driveway and keep as much of the grading as possible away from that boundary line. That's why it's pulled further from the lot line and it doesn't run parallel. It would actually have been a lot easier for us if we kept it parallel. The driveway profile would have been a lot easier to manage with a lot less grading. But it would place all of that in right up against the boundary lines. You would entirely.
Comments from the board?
I think one thing is the ZBA will present the decision.
Well, yes, but the ZBA gives relief, but it's still up to us to either approve or deny it. So why are we making either of those decisions?
The question is, see the significance against the legislation.
No, I just think it's having and I know Mr. Barrow provided verification in the lot and back and things like that, that would make it a non-conforming lot. Is there anything that staff would like to add?
Yeah. This was noticed as a public hearing.
Yeah. That's good. This time I'll open a public comment.
If there's anybody online for public comment, we're gonna take public comment from the audience first. And then we'll open it up for the public comment online. Just make sure we get everybody. Thank you for your patience online.
Everybody, I'm Paula Kent, I'm Thomas Kent's daughter. And I am also his power of attorney, the one inheriting the house, so I've got long range plans. So I am looking at the plans. I agree they are much better than the last set, but I still see, of course, there's going to be impact on us. One of the main things that I noticed looking at them is it looks like the driveway / road is pretty much running the entire length of our property. We will be impacted on the end of the road, behind us, and to the side of us. So it's kind of, we got all of it. And at some points of that driveway, it looks like it's not really that far off of our property line, especially on the bend. Concerns about traffic, there going to be lights on this road. And the plan also cuts across the old Garrison Road, which we actually do have property rights to. That are septic pumps and well and everything else. I understand they're gonna cut across it, but at the same time, I'm sure there's gonna be some kind of grading. And I'm thinking snow, we need, how is this all gonna work? That's some of my questions. And we also need to, I know erosion still needs to be addressed, but major concerns here, this is a big hill and cuts down a lot of trees. There's gonna be a road. We already have pooling in our front yard when there's a lot of rain. Goes across my neighbor's property, Jerry. This is an 1830s house. Blasting, is that what's gonna be happening? But my foundation. So my questions about mitigation, how is that gonna look? Where's all that stormwater gonna go? Where's all that runoff gonna go? Well, another big issue, since we've lived in the house, which was 2017, we bought the house, we've already had to redo our well. Previous owners, I've been told, had to do it twice. I only owned it for 8 years, I think. So concerns about that. I don't know where the plans are for septic tanks in relation to our property, in relation to our well. But again, we've got a hill. It flows down, so I have concerns. Privacy. Like to know what kind of action will be taken to maintain the privacy of our existing home, because we will be surrounded and there will be a road with multiple cars. How tall will the buildings be? How will the windows be facing? I know that's all to be discussed. Privacy fence. We have a lot of wildlife. We've got a flock of like 50 turkeys that come through every single morning and every single night. We've got deer, we got bear, we got fisher cats, we got everything. So I'm not thinking of barrier fence. Okay, so, and like I said, again, this is the entire length of our property. Another major concern I do have, we have a 200-plus-year-old pine tree, a corner of this property. That I think everybody knows the roots go out quite a bit. I've heard 2 to 3 times the canopy size. That's well into this turnaround area that they're talking about. I don't want to see this 200-plus-year-old tree die because of this. Those are the main ones. Thank you.
Any other public comments?
Terry Pizzari, 746 Franklin Pierce Highway. My concerns, I'm directly across from this project. My concerns are the drainage, runoff, and flooding due to the very steep slope. The existing conditions of water and drainage and flooding are bad now. I think probably you all know that. And this will make it worse. I'm wondering what the method of containing that runoff is going to be. And also what the total square footage of permeable surface. In other words, the footprints plus the roads, the driveways, and parking areas. And what is the percentage of the maximum lot coverage? And can the board apply more stringent conditions in view of the runoff and flooding conditions? And lastly, has the DOT approved this curb cut? Thank you.
Any additional public comment?
Is there anybody online that would wish to public comment on this application? Please raise your hand or star 6 if you're on the phone to unmute yourself.
I don't see anybody.
And I don't see anybody raising their hand or Nothing in the chat saying they'd like to speak.
This time I'll close public comment. Do you have any general comments you'd like to add or concerns with regard to, other concerns?
Just a couple of comments. One of the questions that was raised, whether or not blasting would be required. Blasting would not be required on this particular site, even with the cuts that would be required for the site. I think stormwater is probably that privacy of the overarching concerns for the site. So I've already noted to the board that we would propose a stormwater analysis and then be mitigation. So to the gentleman's direct question of how that's handled, either through detention facilities or treatment facilities in one, two, or multiple places as needed to ensure that the rate of runoff is not increased to the final analysis point. Much the same way that we analyzed all of the runoff coming down Oak Hill as part of the Meeting House project, we would undertake the same level of analysis for this particular project as well. We'll certainly consider the trees on the boundary line and determine what impact we may have on those, if at all, if the design needs to be modified to accommodate those. And we'll certainly talk to the applicant about vegetation that would remain and or be enhanced through buffering. And if there are ways that we can modify the driveway design to get that a little further from the boundary line, then we're certainly open to doing that moving forward. We have engaged DOT, but we do not have a DOT permit. That's part of the final planning process that takes place for most applications. Other than that, I have nothing new to offer.
Within the comments though, Chris, you mentioned privacy, but I heard headlights speak as well. So I think that's a concern. If that's a right away.
Yeah, it's been discussed on the projects and happy to review it as well.
Gonna flesh out the road, the access road the lot has. It's gonna cross your driveway.
Yes,
Would that require you to could leave as it is and measure, put a road through? So you would have to make some mitigation actually.
that's right.
So
So,
up their road.
so that road or trail sort of works along the contour. If you were to travel it, it's flat.
Yeah.
Probably the flattest part of the site. And then we're proposing, our driveway to come perpendicular to it. It seems like you might have some engineering experience. So we're proposing to come perpendicular to it and start filling. And so we would have to create gradual aprons so that it's traversable in the same plane that they are working in.
And then septics, I'm assuming probably 2 of the 3 are going to would end up being raised bed because of all the ledge and concrete.
So there's no red legend rock on site. Seasonal high water tables are actually pretty deep on the site. There's pretty good sand material and gravelly material on site. But just due to the slope, when we install an effluent disposal area, there will be a slope that comes down. But most of these beds will be either at grade or slightly below grade. I'll inquire after the meeting and do a little research to see what type of well the abutter has, whether it's a drilled well or a dug well. The difference in the two of them, in the type of water and the amount of water that they get is important, and where we place things on our site will also be important based on what type of well they have.
Concerns?
So as, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's customary to either design the open or close it. We prefer to close it in this particular case so we can move to full design.
That guy.
Thank you for your input.
Next item on the agenda is 239-1.1-GC-21-2. With David White Henderson. Is there anyone here representing the applicants?
Mr. Chairman, I was advised by the council that they did not need to be present for this request.
So we have a request by the applicant. It's a two-lot subdivision, lot 1.1, which was 11.81, lot 1.2, which was 17.19 acres, located on Franklin Pierce Highway in the Town Center District. It's represented by Dave Garvey Company. Request is to withdraw the, just want to make sure I get this right.
You want me to read the letter into record?
Sure.
I don't know.
Yes, I do.
I don't think you need that. Okay.
Yes, I have it in my pile here. I've all my paperwork. There.
Thank you.
The owners have rescinded their request for revocation. At which point we would need to rescind our August 2nd, 2022 decision, conditionally revoking the approval of the extension and reinstating the July 19th, 2023 deadline to satisfy the conditions precedent. And this is based on review, zoning review of, bear with me, 676.
4A.
Based on review of the zoning administrative rule 676 4A, revocation and records approval, which allows the hearing to request that and our already approve it. So looking for a motion to request the rescinding of our August 2nd, 2022 decision and move to reinstate the July 19th, 2023 deadline to satisfy the precedent condition. Also good. So motion by now.
Who was that? You guys will read to.
Motion by Ron Allen,
Okay. Second by,
second by Bob Teskin.
okay. Thank you.
Maybe the public comment. Roll call vote.
Just a lot. Back
Just your out.
Yeah. Right. Item on the docket B1, request for continuance 234-77-TC-22-SR. Received a letter from Principal Appeals and Associates on behalf of our client to respectfully request to be continued for the November 1st planning board meeting. As the third-party engineering review process is ongoing, if we could schedule for the next available public meeting, presumably July 6th, it would be appreciated. This
December.
Sorry, did I say July?
Yes. You wish it was still.
December 6, 2022. I caught it after, it was like processing, but not processing. This will hopefully facilitate completion and review comments, the response to the engineering and staff review process, so motion to continue.
Make a motion to continue application. Dash 77 dash TC dash 22 dash 92. December 6th meeting.
Second. Roll call. Just the line.
That's the right.
Continued from October 4th, 269-1-RC-22-SR, request for applicant contractor storage yard and non-civic special permit for construction of the web developer on 6-acre site.
Good evening, Steve Lake, representing the applicant, who is here as well this evening, if you have questions from the applicant. So following up, we have been here, went to the site walk, we walked the property, we talked about what was going on there as well. We had some staff comments as well as some other comments. And so I guess the real point of where we're at here tonight is exactly what the chair just pointed out. Essentially, it's the continued use of the parcel as the contractor land area for the paving they have right now. So when we were on the field, we actually laid out where the buffer zone was. And so right now, I'd like to either open up the conversation with the planning board, and it's a pleasure of the board, or like me to go through comments from that you guys received from butters. Preferred method.
These are the people who are.
Or do you have a preference? You want to comment first, or do you want to do it?
I guess like the description says contract the storage yard, are they asking for approval for that? That's a permitted use.
Correct.
So
That's what they're here for.
again, for the contract the storage yard, that's permitted use.
Well,
According-
it's been used off and on that way with outside approval, and because of it being a violation, my comments with me working to try to get them into compliance, I said they had to come and get site review. So that's why they're in front of you now, to make what they were doing in the past a legal use, to where I'm not going to tell them they have to get the trucks out of there because they haven't got site approval.
So to that point, it is an allowed use, it is in zone correctly. They have to the access off of side road with a driveway permit from the town. They're utilizing the access off of Route 4 for their house, access for the driveway up here for the contractor strip laydown area. You have an email from DOT that codifies that as well.
Showing up.
In regards to the two items that we're looking for tonight, is in the site approval. The other would be proposed impact to the wetland buffer. I think that was the one conversation we had planning, I'm sorry, the site walking. I lose my voice on Tuesday night, I don't know. Bear with me, I'm sorry. So just in general, it is a lot of use. And everything that's done there, violation, that's what John had mentioned, very specifically was work that had been done over the past. They come back and take care of that. That was with BES. Since then, come back and encroached in the 25 and the 50-foot setback for the wetland buffer, and that's the 9.4. Excuse me. Special permit as well. So 6 licenses, and we're down to 9.4 is the condition. So, so we're actually asking for both those things. One is just to basically codify the existing use. It's been for 15 years. as John pointed out, there was no formal site plan approval for that process over the years, and this would be formalizing that. And then on top of that would be part of the for site review application, asking for buffer relief as well.
So do you have a preference here, like to, I guess where are you looking to start here? Because
Well,
starting with,
well, my preference is that, it just, if what we're asking for is approval for a site plan and we're asking for a special permit. That's what we're asking for. If you want to take those, special permit first, discuss that, that's fine as well, since the other one is allowed use. So they meet all the requirements associated with that. What we're asking for in conjunction is the wetland buffer setback impact.
Mr. Chairman, just to know, if I may, in front of you, you don't see a new staff report because there's been no additional additions to the staff report, but you will see, as you know, it's a site walk meeting minutes. I know there was some things that you may want to discuss that we can discuss at the site walk. We can discuss that here. If you have any further questions, you wanted clarification from the applicant. Also, you'll see in your packet from 2013. John has worked with the applicant previously with some compliance, and they were once in compliance. Our terms like that.
Yes, my question is staff would be, I mean, it would never, it would never retroactively. 9.6.
There's been some in the past that came in because they noticed they were in violation and they came and asked for relief. There's one guy actually had his driveway in a buffer. He didn't realize it was there until it was caught, and then he had to come in and get retroactive relief. One of those has happened before. The majority of them, we try to best to make sure everybody understands what the buffers are and what they have to go through before they get into them. So most of them do come in to you before there is a violation, but it's not 100%.
and I guess from the standpoint is the concern here is it's well known and it was well documented to the point that it was restored, and all of a sudden we have a regeneration of the problem, which shows a history of non-compliance with regard to the rules and the regulations that we have. And
Disregard.
right,
And plus, I think if this was even retroactive, if this was presented to us beforehand, I don't think we would approve this. Not the approval.
Can I recommend that you go to 9.6.1? You got the criteria
Yeah.
for the 5 things to go through before you address it and address it to those criteria.
So if it's legal, it would be legal for you to grant that. But what you do is you look at it as if the violation's not there. So you look at it as if they came to you before they did the work. Look at the criteria, determine whether they're met. If they're met, you grant the conditional use permit. And if they're not, you don't. And they don't get any credit for the fact that it's already there. They don't get, that doesn't come into your consideration at all. Does that help?
not really, because you can't put the bullet back in the gun.
You can make them take it out if they don't meet the conditional use permit criteria.
And I mean, historically, like, we have legal opinion on that, that holds to that standard.
Well, and I know what you're referring to, and yes, the court has held that when there's a history of violations, you have the right to rigorously address the request before you, but it doesn't change the standard of review. So if they meet the conditional use permit criteria, that's the ultimate question for you.
Which I guess is my question for Steve, if you would walk us through what your argument is for the 9.6.
It'd be the 5 criteria in 9.6.1.
The application, find it, apologize. So in the application we have for the 9.6 application for special permit for buffer wetlands, second page in. Size of the impact is 4,938 square feet, 682 square feet of pavement, and 4,255 square feet of gravel. Commercial vehicles will be parked on site in the existing paved and gravel area. And a portion of the occupied area will be within the 50-foot setback. Proposed use is in keeping with the intent and purpose set forth in the zoning order to permit the Bay zoning district to table one of table of uses. The Bay zoning district requires conditional use or special permit for the proposed use. One must already have been obtained or proposed use is not listed on the table of uses or is listed but not permitted. One must go after the reader on the appropriate. All right. One is by obtaining variance. Use of use in the zone. Business has been in the property since 2005. That doesn't have bearing associated with your looking at the council just identified, but has been there for quite a while. After review of all reasonable alternatives, it determined it to be feasible to place the proposed structure or use outside the buffer zone. Parking areas as far from the wetland as possible and impacts the least amount of buffer as is possible for the use that they have. We identified the number of vehicles that they have on site. It's been identified in the application. They do no work here on site. They do no, it's basically explicitly for storing vehicles during overnight. They pick them up and they go to a job site, come back and drop off.
Was there an address at the sidewalk that there was one on the vehicle visitors something in the back where they were stored? There was some comment on that, but we couldn't discuss it since we were purely there.
So that wasn't discussed with me or as I recall with do you recall what that was specifically? Well, as has been represented to me, and if you can answer that question as well, they don't do maintenance on the facility on their vehicles there. It's what they do. They're storing the vehicles there. They clean them off a little bit to get for the end of the day, and they get ready to go. If they go and fuel them all off site. They have an off-site facility that does all their oil changes and everything else. So they don't do any of those on site whatsoever. I'm not proposing to. If I'm doing it now, I propose to do it in the future. The proposed structures, that's item number 3. Proposed structure use must be set back as far as possible from the delineated edge of the wetland or surface water. The parking area is set as far back from the wetlands as is possible on the lot. So the way this lot is set up, as you guys recall, access is off of Warren Road, as close to the property line as you can get, and having a strip of paved and gravel area here where they do park. And there was a couple of little Bobcat there and I think pickup truck at the side, a storage container right in this area. It's far away from the buffer that you can get into this area. And that buffer itself, like I said, has about 4,000 square feet of gravel and a little over 600 square feet of pavement. And I do not plan to change that. They will leave that exactly the way it is now. Appropriate erosion control measures must be in place prior to and during construction. As you guys noted, the area that's gravel is gravel. Everything outside the area is actually very well vegetated. There is a berm that's out there, which is actually stores. They had cleared some trees on the front part of the property, and they're allowed to store those in the buffer. You can put grass in there. You can have gardening in the buffer as well. So they're storing the trees that they have there now. Their plan was to get rid of those, but once we started the application, they had to stop everything that they were doing until we went through this process. So the way the land area is situated and where it's draining off, it drains down across and into through vegetated areas before it gets to that wetland area as it is right now. There's not much, it's not a very steep area as well. So you don't have a lot of velocity of any runoff coming off there. On the north side, it does actually come back onto the property, but it ends up coming back down where the fence is, their play area on the other side. Any disturbance of the surrounding buffer zone must be repaired and restored upon completion of construction. And again, there is no disturbance being proposed with this application. We would like to occupy the area that has already been disturbed. That's been utilized as well. Again, so the limits that are shown here is the limits that we're looking for approval for. That's the conditional use permit. Item number 6, all available mitigation measures to address changes in water quality can be implemented along with design and construction methods to minimize adverse impacts as required by the planning board. Again, there is no lot disturbance being proposed whatsoever. The small areas is paved, the surrounding areas of the gravel and is vegetated from there on out. So you have the impact at the most dramatic area of the impact, where the gravel is, you're about 35 feet, or I should say about 15 feet from the wetland at the closest point here. It averages out to 15 to 20 feet as it works down towards call it southeasterly. Again, we wouldn't propose to impact any of that whatsoever. We'll leave that exactly the way it is. And those are the items relative to 9.6. The other items you have is Article 7, which is the supplemental regulations. And those, a lot of those are not applicable because again, there's really nothing being proposed to be constructed here other than utilizing the area to park their vehicles. Why do they need that? Because they're very successful doing what they need to do. They have enough vehicles to be able to handle the business that they have. So this is their storage and this is the central location for where they work. And they pretty much work in a 3-state area. And Route 4 is a good access for them. So they can intend that as well. Those are items 9.6. I'll talk about any one of those individually.
Well, I think the piece that's concerning is when you look at 9.6, the special permit for construction in the wetland buffer, being it's noted as not otherwise being used, and requesting a special use permit, and that it keeps with the purpose set and the intent of it. Like we already have a known disturbance in there. So it's hard to answer yes to those items when you have a known non-compliance.
Well, as Councilor pointed out, so if you're coming in for a site plan review, what you're looking at right now is exactly what we were proposing for you, for what we would do. We wouldn't have necessarily any additional stormwater management issues that we have here because it's a very well vegetated area. The berm actually helps quite a bit as well. So when water comes off that side, it has a chance to slow down and stop. So being the fact that it actually is in a stable condition, we're not proposing to do any work there. I think that's kind of a mitigating issue as well on top of that. So from a site plan review, if this was a site that was already built out and they moved in tomorrow, we would be asking for the exact same thing without any additional accidents out there. So from a fresh standpoint, this is the site plan that we'd be asking for the amount of area that they need for the vehicles that they need to fund.
And
But I think your analysis should be, if that disturbance that was done illegally wasn't there, and they were proposing to do that disturbance, how would the criteria apply? Right.
right, and I don't know if we would in this case.
Well-
That's the point of the site walk, is we went out there and looked at it, and it's right to the wetland there. And if we went out and looked at it, you wouldn't see a giant berm raked in down through there. And it wouldn't run off into the wetland on the end of it. You wouldn't see the fill. I mean, as we looked at the topo aerials dating all the way back to when the house was built. And you can see the disturbance progress through that.
And then they fixed it in 2016, and it's acceptable to the town. That's the starting point.
To the state.
The state,
Actually, the town too,
the town. yeah.
because the state had nothing to do with the buffer.
About the road and the-
So do know your ordinance does allow disturbance in the buffer. It's not a no disturb buffer other than that's how it starts out, but you can put grass in there. You can put the 300 square foot structure in there. You can put 200 square foot structure. Try not to misquote, so you're right. But, you know, the fact of the matter is that buffer you can use it, it's on your property. So the fact that they had restored it, whether or not it's that's an area associated with what we're talking about tonight, but again, what we're asking for is what you see out there is starting today. We know full well that we have to come in and ask for site plan approval. We haven't had a formal one since day one. It is allowed use, it's zoning, it's all that criteria. Everything that they've talked about, what they want to do is allowed use. The impact to the wetland buffer is part of the site plan application that we're asking for.
And we're not, there are other encroachments in the buffer, we're not talking about the shed, right, that's exactly.
So
Those
those,
those are allowed, we realize that.
yeah,
But there are things that are clearly not allowed, in purpose of a split. So,
The fill.
you know,
That's what got drainage.
yeah, those are allowed by the special permit. That's what we're asking for. Yeah, so all the other stuff that you're talking about, that isn't allowed use. Like I said, you could, if the tree, you can cut the trees down in the wetland, you can cut the tree down as long as you don't stop them. But that's, then you don't get a wetlands permit from the state as well. Anything in the buffer, you can grass it. So everything they have on this side over here, that's all allowed use. You can utilize it, you can maintain it, grass, you can put that 200 square foot structure over there. You have a gym, a play gym, you have all that stuff in there.
so, but your options have to be determined to be infeasible, as it says here.
Yeah.
They were operating before without these encroachments. So I think you're hard pressed to prove that it's infeasible. Reasonably, they could have stayed out as it bothers. They were operating before so it's not infeasible to operate their business without encroaching on the buffers. So I think you're hard pressed to meet that criteria.
Spoken that way, I would agree, other than the fact that they only have one truck. They're a business that has a multitude of trucks. They have trucks, they have trailers, they have other different type of equipment that they need to store here. So if they have a business that only bring in one pickup truck, I would say yes, but the use that they have here needs the space that they're actually asking for.
And in 2015, they took all their trucks out too, because that running the contractor storage yard was part of the violation. So they took all their trucks out and then restored that wetland. So there was no trucks there and the buffer was restored. That's when they came into compliance, because there was no trucks there, because the trucks couldn't,
At that point.
they had to stop. They had to stop at that point for me to come back into compliance.
They didn't stop, they just.
While they were parking their vehicles in other places, they weren't bringing them to that site. I'm just,
Only in the sense that.
I want to make sure you knew your facts were correct. That's all I'm trying to do.
From an analogy standpoint, so if you have a car dealership needs to have displays for vehicles. They keep their vehicles somewhere else. That's a cost that they have to incur. You have to drive back, show the vehicle, drive back to where they're going. In this case, their businesses, this is their home. They run their business out of the home, as well as the fact that this is a contract storage area. To have two facilities is where it becomes infeasible. That's why this is zoned for that. And you got legal limitations associated with the lot, or if there was no wetlands here, we wouldn't be having this conversation. It's an allowed use, which should a site plan and go from there.
Yeah, but they're doing it 16 to say it's infeasible. Not going to prove. I mean, it's tough for me to agree with that argument that it's infeasible when they were operating that way.
It's the level of use. Like I said, we have a couple of pickup trucks that doesn't really allow them to use it as a contractor storage area. We just have a couple of pickup trucks. I know the argument going through, and that's why we're here. Short answer is we have to have, it's a wide conversation. If there's an ability to get some relief, that would be wonderful, so they can utilize their property the way they'd like to use it, so they can maintain a viable business, stay in Barrington, which is wonderful.
I'll also point out was ruled on by Bennett versus Hampstead back in 2008 when the town zoning board had given relief to someone and then they exceeded the expanded use of it. It's a slightly different application, but just because they've grown doesn't mean that they get to violate the standard. That creates a condition of non-precedent for them.
Well,
That doesn't create a situation where their relief is free to move forward.
you're right, and that's why we're here tonight. Exactly correct. And make no mistake, if this isn't an argument of any kind, I agree, we understand that. We're trying to codify what we're doing here, explaining the rationale as to why we need it and the limits of the impact that are being proposed. If you feel uncomfortable with any of the impact, then that's how we have to address it. If they can use one pickup truck there, if that doesn't work for them, then that's a whole different.
Well, I agree with you. I think glad that the business is being successful back to that. We can also be.
So
Apart from there.
yeah, so if the full impact that we have shown here isn't something that the board is comfortable with, Something that they can get somewhere closer to what they're utilizing the property for, if that helps the board, you know. If there's mitigation associated with that, we can install them to say, instead of having, 30-foot setback here, maybe we get 25 feet, of additional area. So using that, something that they can actually use the property.
The piece that I struggle with is you have somebody who violated, got called out, got mandated to correct, and then is now back in here, like, again, saying, oops, my bad, I got caught again, I need to, I want relief, but it's hard to say that there's a 9-6 tied to any of that. I don't see how it meets the letter of the law, and I don't know why, when you look at somebody who is a repeat offender, you would be inclined to provide relief in that situation.
So, as Councilor pointed out, we're not asking for relief of any kind at this point. We're asking for,
Well, a 9-6 is relief.
understood, but it's part of the site plan application that we have in front of you. The fact that they have a violation is here. What we're asking for is the relief to use this as a contractor storage area, so the limits that are shown on the drawings. Site plan.
But if the board feels, for example, that the conditional use permit criteria are not met because there's a reasonably feasible alternative location for this paved area, then that's fine. You would find that that criteria is not met. You would explain what that other reasonably feasible alternative is, and you deny the conditional use permit.
Well, let me ask you a question. Why is it our responsibility to provide an alternative feasible use for them to expand the use of their property? That's not our responsibility as a board to tell them how else to do it.
And that's not what the criteria says. The criteria says there's not a reasonably feasible alternative location for the structure, in this case, the paving and the gravel. So if there's somewhere else you feel that paving and gravel could go on site, that's a reasonably feasible alternative. You identify it and you deny the conditional use permit. That's the criteria as it's written. You wrote it, so that's why you have to do it. And, our new state law requires you make findings of fact, particularly when you deny something, so.
This is conditional approval, or is it permitted use?
It's a conditional, it's a permitted use, but it's a special permit for the impact to the wetlands buffer in 9.1. And I do tend to say conditional use permit or special use permit. They're the same thing. It's a law. I'm sorry, I know you guys call it a special permit.
I'm Terry from the board here because
I have a couple questions. One of them would be, is there somewhere else on the property to move this or create? So whatever the impact you're looking for isn't there, is less. Is it something that can be brought further as I'm looking at this drawing to the east side of that consider?
They're right up to the property line now.
So this
This is like you're driving in off the road there.
you're driving in here, right? This is the area of impact in the drawing right now. This is the buffer zone right here. So you have this area from basically the stone wall-ish into that buffer line. You can utilize all this area here. Essentially, the paved area is there now. With a little exception there. So there is use on the property outside the buffer. There is. For the full extent of what they would like to do, they would like to use the area in the buffer as well. That's really, those are hand in hand. So if this buffer doesn't get approved, this buffer back, they have use of the property. It's just that not as much use as they would really need.
And the second question I had was somewhere along you had mentioned that we're doing with the vehicles that they have oil changes off of property. They get fueled up off property, but you did mention that there's cleaning at the end of the day. Can you explain or extrapolate what that involves as cleaning? Because
Yeah, I don't have the owner speak to that.
sure.
It's the show.
Once in a while, he'll clean the vehicle.
Could you come up to the front and have your name and stuff so it can be part of the meeting?
That's a good chair. I use Don's dish soap, I just washed up, dust and dirt off the trucks, no tar, none of that.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but even if you use clear spring water, pour it over a motor vehicle, that, you know, something could impact the area if it's not all paved, and it doesn't have, you know, special catch basins and whatnot for it, that could still lead to some sort of impact.
So I want, you know, anything I wash in my bed, in my yard, the saying it's just dirt or whatever, it's like, oh, just go in the wetlands.
But well, let's say an example, say you have a well, or say you had a piece of property you bought that was formerly a gas station. And there was test wells on your property. Even if you park the vehicle on top of one of those test wells in the rain,
Yeah.
it could cause contaminants off that vehicle to go into that test well. And even though you had no intention of causing any sort of harm, it still happens. So if you have a vehicle, let's say has a coolant leak, has an oil leak, has whatever, and you're over there and you hose it down,
Yeah.
you're gonna create some sort of,
So like my neighbor Dan A on top of the hill, when he washes his truck, it comes down the hill, Route 4 right to the wetlands.
same, but there is no difference there. But I'm not questioning.
But
Yes,
I'm
that's the
just
question.
watching the vehicle to be hard.
It doesn't make anyone right. It's saying, we're trying to go something that's impacting the wetlands, and, you know, we trying to get all the answers.
So to that end, you know, the vegetative buffer, grass, whatever, those type of things, we use those all the time for that reason. For and capturing salts and sands and that type of stuff. You know, so if there's an opportunity to do that here along that edge, be happy to do that. You know, we would like to get as much of the space as we can. We'd love to get everything that's there now. If the board thinks that's not feasible, we can utilize some of that area and say, restore that and create that type of system to capture any runoff as well. Low grass depression. So, you know, limited to cleaning a vehicle like you would, like your truck, your vehicle at home. But there's no maintenance, correct me if I'm wrong, there's no maintenance, there's no fueling, there's no bringing any materials on site other than what's in the vehicle itself.
Like I said, I was looking for clarification, because you mentioned that fueling offsite, maintenance offsite, so that's why clarification.
I mean, one of the parts that was especially concerning to me is when we did the site walk, there's the giant swale buffer. But if you look at it contour wise, everything runs up toward the edge, toward the south base of the property. And at the top end of it, it just all dumps right into the wetland there, because it's right up against the wetland edge there.
Yeah.
And there's bottles and like, looks like twisted tea bottles and beer bottles and things like that that have been thrown in there. That are clearly looking at them not more than, you know, a year old or so. So you've got like this expanded, you've got all that runoff running right into that wetland right there. On that south edge.
Okay. So we can implement the stormwater management system there, BMP.
I mean, I think for me that if you were asking for a 9.6, you would have to justify any encroachments in the buffer. And so if you're asking for this to be a storage yard, in order to anything that, you know, feasibly use it, you have to justify, I need this much space. And that's what I'm not hearing. I mean, I'm not hearing that, you know, that I need everything I've done, I need.
I got you. How many vehicles do you park inside?
2 trucks, 8 feet by 24 feet, the other one's 8 feet by 75 feet.
You have 2 trailers as well, how many trailers?
The little trailers is just towed behind, but I got property and compensate away from that.
Okay, what else? What else do you park? Do you have a dump truck? Do you have?
Them are the 2 main things, the little box truck I leave out in my front driveway. So that's what get back to that.
We have a listing of what would be the maximum number of vehicles that you would have on site at each time?
Trucks, 2 trucks, one with the trailer. That whole unit 75 feet long. The other one's should be less.
And you have this little Bobcat, plus you have a couple of pickup trucks. You have 2 pickup trucks as well.
All the vehicles I keep in my main driveway.
Yeah, okay.
So the only thing that would be back is just the 2 trucks on the trail would be the equipment.
So all equipment will be stored on the trail. In the yard there, so
So explain to me why you had to widen it to accommodate that. I mean, that's, you were in compliance before. Why did that, why your desire to do that, I'm not saying your desire to do that, the requirement to do that, desire to do that. Why would that justify going wider? That's what I'm not hearing. You know, if you're trying to say, I want to do a contract, if you say, what does that mean? It means it would impact the buffers. You know, justify that this is other alternatives and other pieces. I think you get a section of, you know, you're not gonna get like it.
well, no, understood. No, it's,
So,
Those are the only vehicles we can easily fit in
the approved
area that's not encroaching.
Yeah. I
Well,
don't know why you would need Nick.
well, there were quite a number more vehicles that they have on site that they were utilizing. This is what I think Tom was saying that
Well, like the box truck I use, it's always in the front driveway. My pickup is in the front driveway. So when I'm gone 6 months of the year, I'll just keep everything in the back, so.
Yeah, so that's also your paper, everything else on the trailer.
Everything's in Florida.
Okay,
If you, once you
so
see
the
it,
answer to your question is,
6 months of the year.
so we could definitely scale back the area. Restore that buffer area as well.
So go back to 2006.
Yeah, essentially go back to the buffer area that we have in here, square that off a little bit. And then restore the impact in here, maybe put in some type of a stormwater BMP, the grass BMP. And then just limit it to that. What we'll do is we can identify the exact number of vehicles and type of vehicles as well. When we put on the, we'll put that right on the site plan.
So are you withdrawing your request for the special permit?
Well, but from what I'm hearing, the answer is yes.
That you're withdrawing?
It would make the most sense to withdraw that and do some buffer impact upgrades and restore that, and then identify in the site plan the vehicle that would be parked. So the answer to that, based on what we just talked about, is yes. We would, at the same time, we would minimize the access off of Warren Road, so we get to the 30 feet.
Because I think I pasted out, it was like 50 and change.
We'd clean that up on that edge as well. One of the comments was, can we put a fence up there to delineate the difference between that 50-foot buffer? A fence might not be the most feasible thing to do out there, because we plow and rip it out, but we could actually easily reestablish the grass and so forth that's there now. And if we have a VMP in there, basically a small, in my mind, just a small depression that we can have for rents here. Would make sense to do something that delineates that. And what I would suggest is we would have, we normally do a lot of times, we'll have a post with a sign as wetland buffer. Do those, say 25 feet on the center along that edge, so anyone that's coming to the site knows exactly where the buffer is.
You don't need the 96.
Yeah, we don't, other than 96 is off the table, but restoration of that impact and the buffer is part of the site plan approval. That's a condition associated, we just talked about when we did that.
Could it be part of it that you verify that that work is complete? So, no, the engineer or
We will
of
do
the
an
record,
as-built.
yeah.
Yes. The
Oh,
engineer will do an as-built and submit that plan to staff and show that the.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see if there's anything else that. I think we talked about the improved hours of operation. Yeah,
It was like 6 to 6.
Yeah, I think it was.
30 to 6.
Just, I think, everything is 6, we'll be talking about 6:30 to 6. But I'll put you.
So technically, this is almost the opposite of what you would do. They're gonna have the trucks parked there at that time at night, and they're gone during the day, where normally We're looking at a business being open during the day. Right, okay.
So the trucks and parts are open.
Right.
Correct.
I'd asking for contracted storage and center. Just doing anything.
Right, but when he says hours of operation, typically you think hours of operation is when they're open for business, not when the vehicles are gonna be there, which is just the opposite.
I mean, if that's what the contractor storage yard is, you're
Right.
storing the
Right.
equipment there.
Well, that's why having hours of operation kind of,
Well,
Well, we don't want to leave it,
yeah,
leave the site before.
Yeah.
yeah,
Return the site too late.
yeah, one of the questions that had come up originally was, you know, when are they doing this work? And, you know, yes, they do up 6:30 in the morning. If their vehicle's ready, everyone comes in, and leaves, and they're back by 6 o'clock, so there's gonna be some activity. But then after that, it's just. And that doesn't mean that during the day, they don't come back and pick up another piece of equipment, they can always come back and do that.
Goal is not to inhibit their ability to run the business, it's just to make sure the property is managed and maintained in accordance with our zoning regulations.
We're 100% aware of that, and that's why we're here. We knew that, you know, it's a big ask. Standing all the butters have concerns, and they talked about those as well. So we're more than happy to comply with the buffer setbacks and do what I just identified. Store that and put some, put a stormwater BMP in.
I know on the sidewalk, one of the items that came up was around the, like a visual buffer where the driveway runs right down that property line and toward the back, the south, I guess it'd be the south, east side of the property. There's a big open patch that looks like straight through into the neighbor's property, and there was comments during sidewalk that there have been a bunch of trees that were cut down along there. I don't.
22 Martin Street.
Yeah, so that stone wall, more than half of it is actually on their property.
Okay.
So we flagged that out, and up the field, we saw what it was. You know, if part of the conditional approval for planning board, you guys want to put a fence up there, put a fence up. Well, there's already a fence on the southeast corner, the entire southeast corner of the fence.
Right, that's the abutting neighbors though, I believe, right?
Yes, but this one, I think you're talking this one with the door on the north of here, put on that edge there. So with the stone wall, this would put a fence on that side without trying to cut any more trees to do it.
I mean, I don't know if the butters are here,
you have to open for public comment.
yeah, which we will do, it's just, I don't know if that board has a preference. I'm a natural kind of guy, so I prefer trees, things like that, so, but
Pretty close though, so a fence might.
It's right on the property line, so, and they need all that for their parking. What kind of tree's gonna plant there that's gonna live?
yeah.
In a case like this, I think a
Yeah,
screen.
it's difficult for them to approach with trucks into the next property, so I think that's what we need to issue. The trees are different, the trees are cut, that's he does.
Yeah, contractors get up early, but I don't, so. Trucks leaving at 6 o'clock in the morning would be a little bit of an issue for me.
Well, and usually there's a certain amount of warm up and idle time.
Yeah, but my neighbor does it, got trucks as well. So
Yep.
it's me and him do the same thing, trucking trucks. And one neighbor behind, she never said nothing about him, but they might be different.
We'll wait on that one. So. Stay out of the buffer. We will define the buffer, and if you think that's appropriate, we'll put a tree stake with a sign buffer on that. We'll restore the buffer and put a stormwater BMP. In my mind, it's basically going to be grass swale. And then, do you guys want a fence along that property line? Is that, I mean, I don't,
What do we have to get public comments on that finalized actual decision?
and so other than that, 9.6 is off the table, we're just here for site review and. Yeah, it was good.
Any other questions, comments from board? At this time, I'll open public comment.
I'm online. Missy Julian.
Daniel is, I'm very full, want to turn. And Tom and I don't get along. Didn't get right, might get right. But I be sitting and stuff and live next to him and stuff. He has no respect for the easement and stuff, yeah, the state of this. He can ask for it, I can ask for it, but it's given to me. Whatever, but. If you went back, I took him to court on other stuff and stuff, we laid this out. And the last time, I'm not fighting him, and I told him, said to him, he's all working out. We went back to 2005, everything's laid out there, proved out there, they could have done everything. But now, I am done fighting with him, arguing with him. With the, filling the wetlands in the front, I get 2 feet of water, it floods out all winter long, it doesn't drain. Before it's going to the buffer, they can trickle into the thing, so it's nice, it's controlled settlement. So, you worry about trees dying on the property line and stuff, then containment and stuff, I had to go through all this, primary thing. I had to deal with all the drainage and stuff. This is. We went through there and go over there. This, like I said, 17 years violations, correct it, but then we worked out and stuff. I don't argue it back, but.
What did I do?
Does he lie and just think there and Sandy, the same thing over and over, second results and stuff? It doesn't make sense to me, and then it's a simple, go through this. Flag through everything, go right stuff. So. That wetland is not functioning. I don't care what anyone says, so the berm is blocking itself. So. Am I concerned? Yes, I took an oath on conservation and it's supposed to be a selectman, as I look at the rules and regulations. So, correct and stuff. That benefits both of us. We live on a knoll. That's where the water, we got the ledge all around us. Wetlands are for a purpose and stuff, and protect them. So what he's coming up with, I have no problem with the solution and stuff. But we just can't get skill on that, filling in and making more creation. There'll be actions and reaction. So are we address the front yard and stuff? About the drainage, backing up. And the court case with me, when it's being John Hopkins, and everything, when we laid everything else in, show us good work and stuff. There was a fence put up there and I played with plow and snow, keep this opened up, so that the judge had made it move out the fence. Because nothing's changed up. And so the water flows that way. And then too, the water does come off my property, comes down there, it does not go into his property. Into the state right away. And now it sits there. But basically, I was sitting arguing, in fact, with all nights, we're gonna come to a conclusion, whatever, but I go there. It's for certain, I put up fences and stuff. Digs over my property, goes up, goes there. Landscape my property. We go back there and stuff. So I put a fence up. I came in a foot and stuff, put it up and stuff, I put a gate up. Not because of him and stuff, because people, they come up, pull that yard, turn around, they say it's, if you come and let the dogs go to the bathroom. Whatever, but it's my property. So basically, we go on and on there, but I support anything, I just don't know that this keeps going on, so. It needs a resolution, so it's causing effects on me, and I believe too, and I know of 4 waste sites in this town. I want that to turn out and ruin my investment in this town with my property. So anything can be saved, and I'm not against maintenance stuff, leave vehicles sitting there. So if it has a leaky fuel tank, in contract storage, if it goes to Florida all winter long, there's a vehicle there, loaded with oil and stuff, and dripping it into the ground. Who's gonna maintain it? We're supposed to do daily inspection on our vehicles when we drive them. By law. So that's why you should look at it, because thanks to it, accidents do happen. Basically, I need some revolution and stuff. And it's the water issue done in the front, the biggest thing. Screen and everything, doesn't affect me. I took at my own expense, put up a fence, I tried elevators and stuff, that, so it's a good sound buffer and everything for me. And the right of way functions.
The concern is not about your property, this is about the public,
No.
it's about his property.
It is what his problem, but if I wrote back wants fencing and done, and screening and stuff, I'm telling you, I already took care of it. No issues on my side, but the drainage and filling the buffer in front yard that diverts the water. I showed you pictures and stuff,
So your concern is around drainage or?
the drainage and make sure that berm is gone and the wetlands, clean up the wetlands functions. So I'm gonna ask engineer, will you get a letter, okay, so I'm gonna give you a letter telling that wetland is functioning today?
Can I trust you for that?
Absolutely.
So Mr. Ayers' property is higher than the applicant's. The culvert that he was talking about is well over 150 feet away from the common driveway, it is downhill from his driveway. The contours and grading, this is up to date, so for this to back up on his property would have to be a couple, 3 feet higher. All his drainage does come down across their driveway into the right, it's the city's right of way, sorry, the state's right of way to the culvert. So any of the stormwater that comes off of the abutter comes across the applicant's property, does in fact get into this wetland area, and that wetland area is actually just a drainage area that gets to that culvert. And the culvert is what's backed up, and that's the state culvert.
And the culvert, I'm assuming, because I had walked around the front looking at that and I don't know if that was like filled in to be grassed or how that worked, because typically like when you come off on the state, they keep a big drainage swale there and the culverts are only at the driveway intersection, not usually farther up in the yard.
Well, there's a, this is the cross culvert going underneath the highway,
Okay, going up
this is here,
forward,
and
yeah.
over here, both these are 15 inch. It's the DOT's responsibility to maintain those. And then, but there is no culvert that goes into the common driveway, coming from left to right.
Okay.
So, but that is the high point there, drawing to this way.
And then it drains that way. So
Drains this way.
what, I think, and what Mr. Ayers is saying is it's backing up into that, into the common driveway area. Like the water's not shedding from there, and that's why I was asking about, like typically when you look at the drainage on the front yard, if it's running one way, the state usually tries to keep that pretty swaled out, and that runs pretty flat when I walked around the front.
And DOT did, we did send this off to DOT and see if they had any concerns or concerns. If you have an email, and staff did receive it today as well. They had no issue with it.
There was another one today that said that there's no curb cut needed because their access is off of Long Road, and Long Road's a town road, not a state road.
The question was, where was the access of the changes used for the contract storage yard? Is it off Warren or to US four?
DOT and I corresponded earlier in the month, and they just never got that, so I ended up calling again Jim Hewitt today, and he ended up sending another email.
Said the town's already issued a driveway permit there, the state doesn't need one.
Right.
You want a copy of that email?
For residential use only, I believe the response, Jim and stuff.
That's correct, here up the front.
Is this a residential use for that property?
They have residential use, you don't. You have a shared driveway with residential and commercial use. DOT has no issues with the residential use of that shared driveway.
And the other email said they had no issue with the driveway on Warren Road being a commercial use because it's not attached to the state road.
Right.
So there was two separate emails.
I have a copy of it here for the record if you'd like it.
So I guess the only comment I was, and then that is like, so the front one is residential use, are we putting commercial vehicles? Only the commercial vehicles are going in the back then, is that
So what Tom just pointed out is he has a pickup truck, it's sitting out front right now, that's the one he drives, so he's gonna park in his front, in his driveway. Then the other commercial, the trucks and trailers and everything else will be stored out back.
Looking at that berm, as I remember, it was not just
No, it was gravel, it was trees and everything else, all that.
like construction spoils mixed into it.
All
It's
that-
illegal to bury.
That has to come up.
It's all coming up, we already established.
Okay. I wasn't trying to know what's blasting to it.
Here's the ditch.
No, that whole berm, all that stuff.
In other words, you get a
So of
good
course it shuts
sheet
the road.
going into the wetlands.
That's one thing.
So that drainage that you're looking at is, not necessarily coming down from, it is coming from this property as well as Mr. Ayers' property coming across that.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the sheeting of the water in the rain. And I mean, I'll pass these up if I.
So they think that's a DOT maintenance issue.
They worked for 16 years till they filled in the buffer in the front. And with that small shed.
With the grass.
Because it went to the right and trickled into it, it was nice because it did stop there, they went through the buffer. So any silt or anything stopped and then, well, been to the culvert.
Is there a pitch to the grassed area?
Yeah, they put it away from the house down.
That's all.
It's head into the wetlands.
Actually, it all just sheds right there.
My yard never gets flooded.
Yeah. This picture here actually shows the shed and then it shows the lawn area and then it shows the
Yeah.
ditch line on the state road.
Yeah.
And it shows everything goes down. to
The
the
winter
ditch.
scene shows that.
It shows the whole ditch line full of snow.
Yeah.
So if it's full of snow, it's not gonna drain no matter what.
So.
Which is why, when we were talking before, you must get that line a lot lower, right?
You guys have all seen it, DOT is out there, they.
Nice
they'll
pictures.
maintain it, but it's not, they don't do every ditch every year, they just don't have some.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, yes. Watch it out right now. We are. No.
Yes.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't say we're very, I wouldn't go so far as to say we're off topic talking about a ditch line, because we're talking about wetlands and how the wetlands impacted. And the 96.
So we've already come to the conclusion we're restoring the wetland.
Mhm.
But we buffer, we're not.
Right, right,
right.
So that's where it's about.
Where it's going.
That's good.
Still want to get split the earth.
There's,
The,
there's still another person that would like to speak to this, online anyways.
Yeah,
There may be
I was,
more.
yeah, I was gonna tell you.
I have one more comment too. And the research is up, that law, we go back to 05. So when it was created, setback is 40 feet. So the house, nothing wrong with the house at the time it was built, 40 feet. And error in the town, they never had a 300-foot setback for like commercial, that's always been commercial. Then 05, they changed it to 500, only 125 has a 300-foot like commercial.
So everything along that frontage
They
is
just
now
look at anything
in the
they
commercial
did.
zone, 500 feet off the road.
Right, it is now, it's
So
now,
your property, the people behind is also commercial property as well as this entire parcel.
And it's zoned as regional commercial all in lots.
It's all.
that house that they had before, they still use a 40-foot setback.
So the.
right, but a house isn't allowed use in the regional commercial by our zone.
Well, what he's saying is, when the house was built, that the 300-foot
Everything's right
setback
there.
we had before the 500 was
Right.
only on Route 125. The 500-foot setback is now Route 4 and 125, where Route 4 didn't have that big setback for commercial use until 05. And the house was built before that, but right now it does have that commercial setback,
Right, I think the house was the year before the change.
year or two,
Yeah,
yeah.
it was like 2004.
But there's also, you got a 5-year exemption from the gate of the subdivision to a zoning change, where you can still use the,
Yeah, other public comments.
So there is somebody online. It may be the same person, because it had same last name, but we received an email, the land use department, October 26th, you have in your packet.
Yep.
For Missy, I'm sorry if I say your last name wrong. Doyon?
Doyon.
Doyon. Is the person online?
Yes. Can you
the
hear me?
same abutter that would like to speak?
Yes.
I just
Can
didn't
you-
want to repeat if your information, if you would like to speak.
Can you hear me? I don't know if you can.
They put their hand down.
Well, she should be.
She should.
Can you
Oh,
unmute?
there she goes.
Let me see if there's.
I am here. I don't know if you can hear me.
Gonna hand it. Can you hit the unmute button?
*6.
Well, she's not on the phone, she's on her
Yeah.
computer.
Phone,
She's not muted.
to unmute. Should be able
Sophia
to click the microphone.
Doyon.
Joyon, because we don't show you unmutes. Are you having trouble?
Yeah, in the comments
She's
section.
talking, I
Oh.
can't hear
You'll
you.
see it.
How come
Comment that just
Jamie
popped
here?
up.
Jamie can hear
Oh,
her,
okay,
but
hold on. I don't know why we cannot, I hear, I will.
Oh, our mic in here is not working?
yeah,
I
can.
guess the mic on the front here, let me put it on my,
Well, I mean, the
Computer.
speaker.
hopefully it doesn't.
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay,
One
hi.
moment. Here, one moment, let me.
Let me know when you're ready. Sorry, my dog is barking. I don't know if you can hear me. Now I can't hear you guys. I'm unable to hear anything.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Oh, now I can hear you. I don't know
No, you
if
can hear me? Okay, okay.
Okay. So I'm okay with you reading my email into the record. That's fine. I just, we wanted to be able to, we weren't able to be there, but we wanted to be able to hear what was going on. I did have just a couple of questions. I did hear that they had acknowledged cutting down some of our trees and were willing to put up a fence.
I'm sorry,
I just,
before you continue, can you put your name and address for the record?
sure, it's Missy Duyon and it's 22 Warren Road in Barrington.
Thank you.
So I, like I said, I did hear them acknowledge cutting down some of our trees and that they were willing to put up some fencing. We'd want to know more information about that. I do still have concerns that are addressed in the email that I'm comfortable with you reading. Obviously we're opposed to them using this. My concern continues to exist that they haven't followed any of the rules and regulations that have been set forth up till now. So I don't have a whole lot of faith that they're going to follow whatever rules and regulations are set forth should you approve their request. I am also concerned that they would continue to have the campers and trailers and other equipment in the wetland area and in the buffer and setback area that do abut, as you all saw, right up against our property line, which is extremely concerning to us. In the email, it addresses other things, but I guess will be read into the record. I reiterate our concerns and ask that this not be approved because I continue to have concerns about the wetlands, like Dan was mentioning and like others have brought up. With that equipment being on the property and, chemicals, just general maintenance of that nature being on the land and oil and other chemicals leaching into the ground and further impacting the wetlands. I think I may have missed part of the presentation. Is that pile, that berm that does have all the gravel and asphalt and whatever debris was in that, is that going to be removed?
Yes.
Okay, and that would be part of the restoration.
Right.
And what about all the tar that is on the ground now?
The edge, the stuff that's in the buffer is gonna be removed and the stuff that's out of the buffer is gonna remain. They're gonna put stakes and placards along the edge of where that buffer is. They're gonna do our best management practice in that area of the buffer that was disturbed. They're gonna put a swale that's grass so that any runoff comes down through, stays into that swale to run towards the wetland.
And what about the buildings that were within the wetland buffer?
Those buildings are under 200 square feet. They're there legally.
Okay.
9.4 allows them.
And the fencing and the,
Fencing us pole mounted structures which are allowed under 9.4 as an approved use.
okay. And my other objections are contained in the email that's in your packet. And would you prefer for me to read it into the record?
Sure.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, it is part of the record. That is a valid point.
I'm sorry?
It is already part of the record because it was submitted in and it's part of our.
Okay.
packet.
Oh, okay, so it doesn't
and-
need to be read in. I'm fine with that. I don't know what your process is.
Yeah, no, and I think the other items that you addressed, your concern over the pool and things like that, those are direct zoning violations for John to handle. That's not, I don't think there's site approval issues for us at this point.
Even though they're within the,
The pool is an issue. It's over 24 inches high. If it's 24 inches or under, there's no permit needed and it doesn't have to comply with setbacks. If it's over 20 inches, it needs a permit and it needs to comply with setbacks.
right, and so what's the,
They'll have to remove the pool, come in and get a permit to make it valid if they, it's in a location that could be, go to the zoning board to ask for relief. If it's not Those are
Okay.
also, that was a block one which typically come down in the wintertime, not something that stays up during.
Doesn't look like it's coming down. Looks like there was a cover put on it, so. Doesn't appear that there is any plan for it to come down, so. And are there any plans to remove other items? I mean, are there gonna be regulations for things that are allowed on this? If it's a storage yard, are there only those items that Mr. Kucha was talking about in terms of the trucks allowed on that property, or are they just allowed to store whatever items they want on that property?
They gave us a list of vehicles that they plan on parking there, and that's gonna be noticed on the approval of vehicles that were listed. this meeting.
But in terms of campers and
Campers are allowed.
trailers,
It has nothing to do with contractor storage yard. You can use the camper for up to 180 days a year with sanitation on site without site approval.
so they can have the campers on this storage yard, so they essentially can have anything they want in addition to the storage
It's allowed
equipment.
on the residential portion of their lot by right.
You could, any person can have a camper on their yard.
So this is their yard and their storage.
Correct,
lot.
It's a mixed use.
It's a
Mixed use.
mix.
They have a residential use and a commercial use, so it's a mixed use.
Okay, so essentially it's gonna continue to look like Little Kentucky over there if this is approved. Okay, I believe that's all I have. Thanks.
The question they had about the fence, are you in support of the fence, to buffer your property? That's one of the questions the planning board.
I would need far more information to say whether I was in approval of it or not. I'm certainly not
You
in
don't have a
approval.
right to approve it. Would you prefer a fence or just leave it as a natural vegetated buffer like it is now? I guess was the question.
Well, it isn't a natural vegetative buffer because they've cut down our trees. So I would want it remediated. They took down trees. It used to be a natural vegetated border, but it's
Parking
not
lots will
anymore.
go up to the edge
To
of
the
their
property
property
line,
line, and
right.
they are stating that all the trees that were cut down were on there.
But they weren't. So, yes,
Right.
we would want a fence put up if this is approved.
You would like a fence, okay.
Any other items that you would like to address?
Not beyond what's already in the email or in the letter.
Are there any other public comments? Anyone else that would like to speak?
Is there be a time?
It would be a condition of approval.
You mind just waiting just a second so I can read?
What's his comment? As a jump, there's a time on the set.
I figures I go my own.
Well, they would, I mean, it'd be conditions of approval, and all conditions of approval have to be met within
Before, well,
1 year.
One
within
year.
1 year of the approval.
and those conditions would have to be met before they can start using it as a contractor storage yard.
Right.
Thank you.
Are there any other public comments? Hearing none, I'll close public comment at this time. Any further comments from the board? I'd like to make a motion. I mean, I don't have an issue with doing it with all conditions of approval. It's just, and that all has to be approved as such going into it. I don't know if the board has a preference on that. Or they update it all, come back in and represent, or.
I think it's sufficiently defined.
Yeah, but if there's a condition of approval, that's what it is.
Right.
I think we
And note all the conditions, so when they bring it in, we can make sure that all the conditions are met, so that we're not missing something.
So, Mr. Chair, what we typically do is we'll take the drawings, we'll have a letter from tonight's meeting, notice of decision. Respond to that, we work with staff and show that those items were taken care of.
Whoever makes it's gotta make what those conditions are, because
Yeah. they can-
it's a little different. Do you guys want to go over the conditions first to get a list before you make the motion, or do you want to make the motion and then come up with a list?
So.
Right, there's a lot.
Yeah, so write them,
There's a lot of-
so that's what I mean, you probably ought to write the conditions down for what you want.
So we've got 1 through 3 currently. Sorry, with that. Motion 3. So conditions precedent, we have approved hours of operation from Monday to Friday, 6:30, is 6:30 sufficient or?
Just go 6 AM to 6 PM, it'll be up and out.
That's good.
So conditions. So conditions precedent would be a remediation plan for the wetland buffer.
Restoration.
/ restoration. Plan for mediation for wetland buffer.
And I'm not sure if you put it there, but a sign off from their engineer stating that it was completed.
The last one, we'll do an as-built,
And as, yeah,
as-built and,
I just don't want to be the guy that said, okay, John, was that done? I want something on paper to say, okay, yeah.
Engineer will provide as-built to show
Yeah.
work was completed.
Well, no, that's a precedent. Like all of that, and this is all before approval. I've closed public comment.
Well,
I have closed public comment.
All right.
There is no more public comment this time. Thank you very much.
That's good.
as-built would be subsequent. Right, the work has to be done.
Well, you're gonna have, right, you're gonna, but the precedent condition is that is all gotta be done and prepped before this is actually approved and signed off as a go.
So how can you do an as-built if it's a, you can't do it before, you can't do an as-built before, it's gotta be after. So it can't be.
Fully agree, but your approval is pending your as-built.
But you can't do the work until you have your.
Right.
Yeah, so you gotta.
Yeah.
It's gotta be something.
So if I may, Mr. Chair.
You may.
Restore the buffer.
Yeah.
Install a grassed stormwater BMP. Install placards 25 feet on center along the buffer in the impacted area. I'm not gonna go with the yard, it's basically the intent of everything. So a 6-foot high opaque fence along the shared property line with Doyon, approximately, in this case, it's gonna be approximately 250 feet.
Right? I am. Hold on.
The driveway, we get off the warrant, I just want to.
Well, I think he's got.
You gotta catch up.
Well, then you better bring your notes. We're taking good notes.
It's chicken scratch.
Shorthand, I guess.
The other one would be to reestablish the driveway off to Warren Road to the approved driveway permit. We would provide an updated plan with the storage, the vehicles to be stored on site.
You would show the vehicle.
Just identify.
Listing, oh.
Listing. And the last one would be an as-built.
So I tend to be like, I don't wanna pigeonhole you in with specific vehicles because vehicles change.
exactly with him.
We all,
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. That's a good point.
so I wouldn't pigeonhole you with vehicles. I would just talk to the style or the type of
Description and
vehicle.
style.
Yeah, okay.
What if it was something else like the worst case scenario, so you're looking at
I
something.
wouldn't even go that.
If you say that the worst case scenario for a dump truck is gonna be a 10-wheel dump as opposed to a 6-wheel dump.
Right.
Or whatever.
Yeah, actually, if you don't mind, we'll be as broad as we can. It would be general construction equipment would be stored on site within the area designated as the storage yard.
I think I'm looking for more specificity in that,
Such as,
description, size,
yeah, we'll do that, such as.
not limiting to,
Yeah.
1990.
Yeah. But so I would say that
a trailer.
Yeah.
Of 75 foot.
Vehicle in the case, yeah, just use carrying some
we can easily do that, but I think being broad.
more than construction.
That's fine.
So how do we want that one crafted? Because
General description and size of vehicles to be stored on site.
Yep.
general equipment,
General description of vehicles. General description and size of vehicles to be.
it's getting worse and worse since I write. All right.
Oh, Vanessa writes nice. Look what she's got.
It's a good thing someone does.
He's, he's.
I don't want to make it like discussion, but if the trees were cut down on their own property.
They can cut the trees on their own property.
Right.
And
So is a fence necessary at that point? Or is it a fence to make good?
It's up to the board. You guys want to put a fence in?
It's within our discretion.
well, we have the fence, I think is, we already talked about the fence, 6 foot high fence along the, what's your this here? Dion property.
Right.
Now, is that the whole property or is it just?
50 is always,
Roughly 250 feet.
Okay.
Yeah.
just up to that.
Something happened?
I just put along Dion property line, which will address
I
the.
just asked Connor about the sound issue.
Oh, okay.
No, I think I agree with that. Yeah,
Am I missing something?
I'm just saying, if they cut down trees on their own property, why would we continue simply out of a fence if they cut down trees on their own
Well,
property?
they're going for commercial use. They're going for commercial.
Right.
Changing the use.
Oh, as it was, okay.
Yeah.
I get it.
What, expanding the use.
Yeah, changing it.
Yeah.
Big use.
Yes. I don't do that.
They're trying to buffer the neighbors.
Right.
Mixed use.
Fences make good.
So those are our, and then the conditions subsequent. Will be an updated site plan.
Yes, Bill.
As built, the approved hours of operation.
That will be codified on the site plan. Is what you're
So
saying.
that's precedent.
That's what-
And address it.
And I was not very sure.
That's fine. Okay.
I think that is all of them.
Do you want number 2 still to stay on there? I mean, he kind of encompasses it in the other comments.
Let's say-
Yeah.
I'm gonna come back later.
I think we're picking them up and I would almost like wipe out those and.
Yeah, I just want to make
Go through our
sure,
list.
so I don't keep it there. Okay, thank you.
And you're not making up that.
I'm making a motion to approve application 269-11.1-RC-22-SR. Request by the applicant for a contractor storage yard at 336 New Concord Turnpike, Regional Commercial District, with the noted precedent conditions that they will restore the buffer, they will create stormwater grassed stormwater best management practice area. They will placard the buffer. They will have 6-foot high fence along the Dion property line. They will reestablish the driveway to the approved driveway permit on Warren Road. They'll provide an updated plan that includes a list of and general description of size and vehicles on site. Also provide subsequent conditions that include an updated as-built and approved hours of operation.
Second.
Who was the second one? Ron? Okay.
That's your eye.
That line. Thank you and best of luck on your project. I love my project. I love it this way. Oh, like specifying why. Yes, 5-minute break. I need to do that again.
People on the online, we're taking a quick 5-minute break, and those people in the audience, we're going a quick 5-minute break
Quick.
for restroom if needed.
7.
Oh, oh my goodness. Is
Not my person.
Vanessa or the elf people online?
Yes, he is.
Okay.
No.
Anyway, he doesn't.
Well,
He has to be a little careful.
That's right, he's a resident.
it's okay. It's just an old one.
The guy's given that I said.
2 weeks have been like, I'm perfectly happy not having.
Room split.
How we're gonna be.
Don't go too far. though.
Be careful.
I know.
He's so crazy.
Stick coming in. I was like, buddy, I don't know who.
The water
They don't.
fountain, or is that isn't that like a bottle?
Oh, I don't know.
I guess I should.
Oh, maybe it's just a regular water fountain. It's not one of the bubble water
Yeah,
fountains.
it's just a water fountain. Oh, you guys were doing so good and then
The train derailed.
It really did.
No, you guys, I felt like.
No, it was a process. You had to go through the process. You had to make sure that you
I
felt
couldn't do that
comfortable.
process go like that.
I'm making a motion that Bob Tessier take over as chairman of the board.
oh,
I think we can do that.
didn't you do it once? Will you?
No,
No, that was
no, I
John.
stepped aside and let John.
Oh,
What'd you do?
I think I tried to force it into that
So what about-
situation.
Yeah, I know that's.
you will get your turn.
Like, what's the next?
I've been hauled into the
Oh.
back room and
I got
starting
mine.
browbeat.
I got my agenda
The
here.
lights went up.
You already-
Like, where?
God.
Oh, you got yours.
Yeah.
Getting old there, Andy?
Yes, yes, I am.
Getting, he's been.
Some age faster than others.
I know. Look at us, John. We could do cartwheels. You go
Yeah.
first.
And if I die, you don't have to do it.
So, did you talk to Ron? The guy who's gonna set up the voting?
Yes, I did. So
Our speaker should be on.
here, I'll put it on.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, that one.
We missed that one, Blue Cassie.
Okay, we are, back from break.
Yes.
He's online right there.
Okay.
Okay, we're gonna start the meeting again.
New application, 238-2 TC-22-SR, Elkmade Properties. At this time, I'm going to recuse myself from this, and the gentleman will charge here. I will turn it over to Mr. Allen. Since I'm the one who filed the complaint, I don't think it would be reasonable for me to sit for this.
Do we have-
Or should I?
What's it for?
You're three, four, because you're a 7-member board, so you have a quorum just barely.
Okay.
No one else can leave.
Water going.
Mr. Chairman, before you begin, the applicant, is online. Bob, if we can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Same thing. Okay, hold on a second. Let me see.
Can you?
This is what I was told to do. I don't know if this is.
Can you hear me now?
Nope. Okay, hold on.
Most people are sleeping at this time of night.
Yeah, you guys talk, I'll listen.
Oh, that's right time you get up in the morning?
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know what,
Can you hear me now?
I can everybody on the board hear you though? Okay,
I'll listen to you guys talk.
okay.
Well, we're looking for the applicant, or applicant's representative to summarize the project. Turns out.
I could barely hear you guys now.
Oh, no, probably because you're too far away. Hold on one second. I will put him.
Yeah, when you guys turn me on, it turns them off, kind of.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna mute you on here and have him go first.
That's a good sound.
Okay. I'll have you ask and I'll figure out from here. They
That
said
sounds
just to
better.
turn up the TVs and it's not working, so.
Okay, we're looking for the applicant or representative to describe the project to us.
Okay, one moment. Let me,
I can hear
Unmute
you.
you.
I can hear all of you now.
no, unmute the applicant.
Can he unmute himself?
Oh, I can hear you all.
Now you can hear him. Here. Nope, Connor said to turn up the volume and it should work because only one TV works that way.
All right, for your application, we're looking for yourself or your representative to describe the project and outline it, summarize it for us.
Well, I got the final paperwork. You guys look like you got everything all down. It's just putting 5 storage units on the property at 603 Franklin Pierce Highway, across from my business, Elkmade. And you guys got 4 conditions on there that look fine to me. I don't know how much more detail you want.
Any discussion from the board? Questions? Actually, I have a question. This, where's this? Is in the what? Town center? Town center? So, yeah, I guess if I look at town center and uses, there's no clear correlation here, but self-storage is not permitted. Warehouses, it looks like everything related to storage is not permitted in the town center. So my question is, where does this fit?
First came in, when I looked at this, because he has an existing business there, was looking at it. Yeah, but you can't have a business with having product to sell, which you gotta store on the site. So I was thinking this as part of his business use. And then it did get brought up to me that it's actually on another lot of record, even though they're right next to each other. So it's almost like the business use is extending across the property line, But if you looked at it as the lot on its own, and you're using it just for storage, warehousing is not allowed, if that's where you were going with it.
Storage, self-storage, everything to do with storage, not allowed in the town center. This seems to me to be a storage activity. And it's not conditional approval, it's not allowed. So,
If you're looking at it as he has a business use and he has his stuff, his product to sell, part of that business use, you can't have, if you just have the stuff on the shelves and nothing else, people buy them, take them off the shelf, he's out of business. So part of having product there to sell is part of the business use.
So what he's saying is that it is an accessory to the retail use.
Store inventory.
And an accessory use is presumably permitted. Now, normally that would be on the same lot, but it doesn't have to be.
I think of, a retail operation that has inventory, I kind of think of it in the back room, not in storage units on the, on the parking lot outside.
Mhm.
So I have a hard time.
Behind the building. Adjacent to the door you're going in, not across the street. Yeah, and these are separate units. His inventory goes down. Not gonna leave it. But becomes a self-storage.
So you would make it a condition of approval that he couldn't do that.
I don't think it's uncommon to have storage container.
Right in the middle of our.
I think that you have that in places where it's allowed, but it's allowed in tenement. This isn't basically, this lot is all it is storage. It's not, you can say it's accessory use to something, a different lot,
Do you mind trying to speak up a little bit?
but this lot function with storage units is storage. Storage is
mixed use. Front.
Yeah, the same property, if there's a
Yeah.
retail lot, be different, be mixed use, but this lot, the proposed use here is storage.
I think the word storage, I might be getting a little too, though. It's not like a self-storage. It's inventory.
It's store inventory.
Warehousing is not allowed either.
Yeah, but that's a business. It's not
This
a
is-
warehousing or storage unit business. It's an accessory to.
It's where he's putting his inventory.
So if I have a retail operation outside of the town center, I can store my stuff in the town center where it's not allowed? Is that what you're saying? I don't think that's the case. Are we talking about proximity here? It's gotta be, contiguous, or it's gotta be across town or whatever. I think this lot is gonna be used for storage. Storage is not allowed in town center. So to me, it's clearly not the intent of the regulations, clearly not the intent to have that type of activity in town center. I think that's what it's being proposed. Open to discussion about that, but everything that's related to storage,
The other
inventory.
option would originally would 20-foot box trailer with tires and stuff. Then there, if they did because it's in parking lot. What he thought about doing, coming here. Came here and guys with this application, you guys gave him a direction of, okay, just bump it, something to make.
I wasn't here for that meeting, John, so I'm catching up.
So that was the direction that you gave them. It's non-binding. I'm not saying you have to adopt someone a direction and everything together to take the application that you gave them. And say, no, you can't do it. It's contrary to what the state constitution says you're supposed to do with an applicant.
Hey, remind you, I wasn't here, so I didn't say any of that.
I'm just saying the direction they got from the board. I just want to make sure that, aware, he came in with a conceptual, he was told what to do, he spent his money to bring this forward.
If this was,
Well, he
One
came
of the
in,
conditions
he
of-
said, if you don't approve this, I'm gonna fill the lot up with 8x12, 8x20 units.
He could do that too.
I know, that's the point. So it wasn't as if If the board's arms were being twisted.
So we're gonna be distorted to allowing a non-permitted use in it.
Yeah.
It's all in how you look at the use.
With rusty, multicolored 8x20 containers.
With a fence around it.
No.
It doesn't even have to do the fence.
It wasn't approved, but this is the.
He's proposing this, and if you guys say no, we're not gonna approve it. If he puts registered vehicles there or structures under 200 square feet, they're allowed by zoning.
I mean, sometimes following the rules gives undesirable results, and sometimes not following the rules gives you undesirable.
Well, it's all just kind of pointing us in one direction that he wants everybody to go.
Well, it's the undesirable thing is allowed, and the desirable thing is not allowed. But I think we're kind of stuck. The question to me is this allowed?
I'm looking at the same page.
You know, it doesn't seem like it's not even a condition of permitted, it's just not permitted.
Yeah, all of the,
All the ones that
here,
it might say that all the ones that might say that.
all the others, with 3 of them with a conditionally. This one explicitly says no.
Yeah, I mean, anything that this could fit in, anything that's. This doesn't fit in any categories. The ones that most reasonably fit are not allowed. That's a problem.
Can you guys hear me all right?
Check back. Apologize for the technical difficulties.
How about now?
Yes, please.
Well, this was to meet you guys halfway. I can fill that place up over there with 10 by 20 units without a fence and make it look like a rail yard. Or I can keep those 5 containers and put a nice fence around it like we agreed on. And now if we're going to go back, then I'll just go back to my original idea, which is exempt from all your craziness. So, you can not work with me or we can work together. It's up to you.
Well, it's not a question of,
I don't know if like I told them last time, I don't want to have containers all my life. We'll probably end up putting a building over there down the road, but we just can't do it right now. And I'm not tied to containers to, put containers there for 20 years. That's what we have to do right now. We have to buy such inventory to get the items and to get the price that we get. I have 13 storage units. I only have 5 over there. So it's not like I'm going out of my way to put stuff over there. I have 13 storage units right across the street from you guys at the storage place.
well, I mean, I think the question here is, fortunately, we have a legal counsel here today, and she suggested that it's accessory use to a permitted, something that's permitted in the town center. That's probably the only way to.
It is up to you. I'm not saying it is that. I'm saying that's what John's saying it is. John's saying that he views it as permitted as an accessory to the retail. You're saying you see it as storage. You ultimately have to make that decision. It's the first decision you have to make is whether or not it's a permitted use.
Sometimes things aren't black and white, and this is the gray area.
Yeah. Problem is, I do all the rules gives us an undesirable result. I think the rules are the rules.
Wow, if you follow one side of the gray area, it's gonna give you the undesirable results. You follow the other side of the gray area, it gives you even a worse undesirable result. So pick the lesser of 2 evils because if you got gray, in my mind, you pick the lesser of the 2 evils, but you guys have a right to make your own determination. Well, some things are not as black and white.
Well, I think that if we're talking about the town center, and this is a middle of the road, a place where we can meet where his gray and our gray are very similar shaded.
I think I have to follow along with like what John has to say. If he's gonna put up a fence around it, and it's gonna be,
Look a lot better.
it's gonna be cleaner than what the alternative is. And it's not a full-time, these aren't permanent structures.
Well, originally it was gonna be a 10-foot fence. Now it's an 8-foot fence. Because the units are
Would you want
9.6,
would you want
9.6 feet tall.
So that's not we want to see a 10-foot fence around it. That's
Well,
what.
the 8-foot fence, you're gonna see the top of the containers.
No, you won't, because we had that discussion. If you're sitting in a vehicle at 5 foot of height and you're looking 10 feet off the road, you're looking at an 8-foot fence. By the time you get the other side of that fence, you're looking about 12 to 14 feet in the air. So you're not going to see the structures.
Can you guys hear me?
Oh, wait, hold on. Sorry.
So in the front, the fence is gonna be probably 20 feet away from the containers, so you're not gonna see any container from the front. You might see a little bit from the side with the fence, but like John says, you're not, it's the angle of when you're driving by, you're probably not gonna see it. And if somebody does see it, we could put something, something a foot hanging off the container to make it look better. Like the fence company could probably do something like that with some of this scrap material.
Okay, so I see there's requested waivers. What are the waivers?
The waiver is for the signed and sealed plan from the surveyor.
That was one of the things we talked about before at the other meeting. You weren't here, Ron. At the other meeting, he had the thing about having to hire a surveyor to draw up plans, and you said he could use the existing, well, not you, the board that was present at the time said that he could use the existing thing to show the locations.
All right, so what do you want to go with? You open public comment? Any other questions, comments from the board? We'll put it through a public comment.
They have to approve the application for.
No, can you accept your application as complete? And then-
Make a vote to accept this application as complete. Second.
Okay, so Ron and Buddy, okay.
Yes.
No, it says here.
Alan. All right, public comment
They all said yes.
now.
Daniel, yeah, 3:30, all comment, like, since I have a natural gift pissing people off. I need to speak. Actually, it's a tough job, this gray area and stuff. Rather than I brought up earlier, well, before, when sites in Barrington, one right across the street, where the goat farm was, they had like, I've heard the different numbers, but the whole circle, that whole area is contaminated now from that action. And as I mentioned earlier, the reaction is a reaction, is a tough job for you guys to do, but you gotta find a balance somehow, because the after effects could be bad. Over there, the water's contaminated, because there's so many things there. It's so affecting today, you have to treat the water. Thank you.
Any other comments from the public?
There is somebody online, but let's wait for the person online. Is there anybody else in the audience that would like to speak for or against the application? We will go to the online.
It's Jason. He's muted still.
I know.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, thank you, board. James Jennison, 18 Kate Road. I just want to speak against this. First of all, it's not permitted, as Ron has spoken to, and so that would require a 3.4 conditional use for it. I hesitate even going down that road because we are using the same language we used at the ZBA for Rob Russell, that it's not temporary. Someday he's going to build a building. Once you permit this, it is permanent. He does not have to, will not pull those containers, despite all best efforts or hope or prayers or money. I mean, someone's not going to pull and build a $40,000, $60,000 building when they don't have to. There's obviously no thought or care for the town center. To circle back to that, you do have design review and architectural standards that you can hold to. So you can ask for peaked roofs on every one of those buildings. I disagree with the idea that he can place these structures without a permit because it doesn't coincide with a residential use. So the 200 square foot, as many as he wants, still requires site review because it's commercial property. So I just think it's horrendous to think that in 5, 10, 15 years, we can all look at each other in this room and say, this is the board that approved that and it's still there. It's literally the town center of Barrington. It's Caleb's Corner, it's Christmas Dove, it's the anchor point for all future development. And you're gonna have a shipping container storage yard that's not permitted with dilapidating fences in the future. That'll be left wide open so we can have access, drive around the back so we can get to sand piles. I mean, there's no possible future outcome that this is good. So I just, I hope that we can consider these things and not allow this to go forward. And to speak on the tractor trailer bodies, you want to throw tractor trailers in there as registered vehicles? That's temporary. That's a fight for down the road because it's not permanent. It's still a parking lot, but changing the use to storage is not permitted. And that's it's hard to swallow. Thank you very much.
I don't see anybody else online to speak for the application. That was it.
Trailer parking, this is like a small utility trailer. Not a
Can you hear him, Bob?
Barely.
Okay, one moment, please. Mind repeating your?
Sure, the tractor parking that's shown on your plan, that is for utility trailers. As you had mentioned earlier, you're gonna get rid of the large trailer.
Yes,
If the containers were allowed.
yes. Trailer will be going.
Yeah, the ones he's got are they're the same size, but they don't have any tires in this that go over the ground. But the box trailers had wheels on them, so they sat higher up. That's what the change that he was.
That's what showed.
No, I see the containers, and I'm talking about the trailer parking in the rear.
That'll be going.
He has a big,
Oh, yeah.
54-foot trailer. I know what containers are.
So the trail,
The utility trailers like for 10 cents.
If they're registered vehicles, it's
He said as part of our original discussion, that we allowed to contain 40-foot containers, you would remove that thing.
Oh.
But not part of the record or anything, so.
you haven't made a decision. You can still.
yeah, the 48-foot trailer will be going. I think you guys muted yourself too.
You said it would be going, is that correct?
Yes. All that will be in there is the 5 40-foot containers and then the small utility trailers that I just use for personal use.
I had a question, Jamie said, have
Hold on.
difference of opinion on all of them.
The 200 square feet?
Less than 200.
Okay, so I'll read you what it actually says.
Well,
It says, this is the definition that's
you
in
read the
zoning.
same thing.
Well, it said they shall not be construed as structures and they don't have to have a building permit and they don't have to meet setbacks. Well, let me just read. So anything constructed, installed, placed or erected, whether above or below grade, unless otherwise stated in this ordinance, the following structures are exempt from building permit requirements set forth and shall not be construed as structures for the purpose of setback requirements, but shall be construed for all other purposes. Sheds may require administrative zoning permit, and then it says one-story detached accessory structures uses tool or storage sheds, playhouses, or similar uses, provided the floor area does not exceed 200 square feet.
Think of all the trouble you went through with the Dove development, all the intricacies and everything.
There's,
Months of work, and this thing is just, well,
well, the thing is, on this one here, I get this question all the time. How many can I have? Maybe that should be one of your zoning changes, say one per lot or something like that, so then you don't get into all this. I mean, a lot of people, I've got people now, they put 2 or 3 sheds side by side, so they don't build a garage.
just say these up and down Route 9.
Well, all over, I mean, they're on a lot of lots now because of the way this regulation is written. I don't think this was the intent of that regulation, but it's being used that way. That might be one of the things you might consider for a zoning change.
You want to do next to this, so should we deal with the waiver first and then go to the vote for the, yeah, the request, or should we
Do the waiver first.
do the waiver first?
Yes.
All right. There's a request for a waiver for the architectural.
The, requirement to have that all site plans should be prepared and stamped by a professional engineer. And that boundary bounds be certified by a licensed surveyor for section 3.1, one of the site plan review regulations. So he's asking to waive his request.
And what is that? What's the
3.1, 3.1.
3.1.1? All right, so the waiver would be for basically. I make a motion that we approve the waiver for 3.1.1 for application 238-2C2TC-22-SR. Second. Done?
Yes.
That's the right.
Oh, I'm sorry. And it's getting late.
Okay, we have an application and I'll read the condition precedent and subsequent. Condition precedent, privacy 8-foot fence against development on Route 9, distribute of 5 storage units. And need to obtain a DOT driveway permit. Conditions subsequent would be no more than 5 40-foot containers shall be on site. Storage may only be used to conduct with retail establishment on tax map 238, lot 50. So that would be the decision and the conditions associated with it. Oh.
You're adding.
Yeah, that would be,
Yeah, that's.
I'm sorry, that's something. No action should be brought from the users exiting the trail on foot. What's this?
There's a trail on that.
Okay.
Trail users.
Trail users exiting the trail on foot.
There's a trail out there.
Could walk through 9 trails. So that would be subsequent as well. Any motions? Make a motion that we accept application, approve the application 238-2C-22-SR with the conditions precedent subsequent that I previously stated.
Second. Oh. Second, aye.
Just here, right? Nay.
3-1, right?
No, 2-2.
2-2, oh,
Application is not approved.
On record to the case number.
Yeah.
You gotta
you're
give the
gonna need
reason
to
why.
State findings of fact for the reasons that you're, and actually what you need now is a motion to deny it, with findings of fact as to why you're denying.
I gotta make a motion to deny it.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I make a motion that we deny application 238-2C-2EC-22-HR for the reasons that it's not a permitted use in the town center. So a yes vote would be to deny.
Yes.
Yeah, same reason.
Second. Anybody second? No. John second.
Second.
Okay.
Right, you,
Vote, yes vote would be to deny.
yes is to deny.
Yes.
Only yes.
Second.
That's your name.
Now aye.
It's also not denied, it's just not approved because neither motion had a majority.
so what does he do now?
He does not have an approval.
Application is not approved.
Yeah.
All right.
So does that
Jim, you wanna
mean he
come
can put his trailers on their own wheels? I'm just
That's not
asking.
my call.
It's up to the applicant to what he wants to do now. He would have to go to the ZBA because it wasn't a conditional use. He didn't have the CP on it. So it's totally denied use. So
Yeah, we'll go to the ZBA.
Sorry.
He can appeal your decision.
Right.
All right, Andy, you want to come back? Chairman, I'm done.
No, I like watching this.
The Charlie Fox truck.
Not that smart.
But I was gonna say before though, case file.
the wheels don't work good on this chair.
238-2PC-22. Just on the record. And just-
What is it most of?
So am I done?
So what do they tell him now? Is he done?
Up to him to decide what he wants to do.
So am I all done now? Hello?
Oh, wait, I don't know, hold on. Did you have another comment you wanted to make?
No, I just want, I'm all done now.
Oh, hold on. Sorry. Technology is not-
So I'm done?
Did
You guys
hear
done with me?
everything- Did you
Yeah, I heard
hear
everything.
everything that Ron?
Yeah, I just didn't want to click off. I'm done, right?
You're done.
Okay, thanks so much.
New application for 260-13 and 14-GR-22, 2-lot, LL line adjustment. Christine and Wayne Richard, trust of Richard Family Trust, and Bill presenting.
We'll pass out a couple of photos. Thank you. If you have a quick CV, what's that?
Got enough? All the way around.
Is this new?
Some things you may have seen and stuff, but still together kind of thing.
I don't need one.
Good evening, board. I'm Joel Reynolds, and I work for Norway Plains Associates. I'm here to represent Christine and Wayne Richard for a lot line adjustment and a subdivision. However, first we need to address the 1981 subdivision plan that we have right here that created our subject lots. These are the two lots that are owned by the Richard. I believe that this should be taken care of before the application can proceed. I also believe that sending that handwritten conditions here on the plan should not be based on or for this proposed application. I think it should be on its own merit right now and not have conditions on the subdivision and the rest of this. Yeah, should take care of this stuff, this meeting tonight. With my experience of being on the planning board and also working with planning over the years, I've come across a few of the experienced planners that have handwritten notes on and or conditions of approval associated with them. Also, in my experience working with former town employees, I know that sometimes the planning board back in the day was strong on applicants for forcing them to accept the conditions that they wanted to be given approval. In the old days, these plans would come back before the planning board. The town had gotten legal advice over the years on how they should be handled. The price, at that time, the price was always that it was illegal for the planning boards to require conditions such as 10-acre lots where the means have lot size, was lot size, that no further subdivisions of the lots. Any proposed lot could meet the town's subdivision requirements and regulations, and these conditions could be ignored. That's how it was done before. But now, present legal advice is different from the earlier advice, so instead of ignoring it now, we've got to do something. So we request that this board send the conditions and covenants that were placed on the 1981 plan. The total 10 lots of the subdivision, only 4 lots were ever conveyed. Each stating no further subdivision is allowed. So each two lots. And I has gotten Attorney Jerry Grossman to draft up, and that's part of what I painted out to you. The agreement with all those lot owners too. We send that part of it, since they're the only ones that affected by that. All the other lots did not have that statement on them. So I'm not sure, legal counsel here, so I'm not sure. Was it an application? It wasn't anything. I don't know how this is supposed to proceed right now. But
Well, this board's not worried about the deed restriction. That's not their jurisdiction. Their jurisdiction is the condition of approval. As part of your application, you're asking them to rescind the condition of approval, which they can certainly do if the reasons for imposition of the condition of approval change. So I don't know why it was put on. I don't know what the circumstances were.
I know because from firsthand, from people that were on the board that Don Hatch was secretary of the board at the time, and she saw that it was happening. And that the planning board at the time used to strong on people to, if you want this approved, but you're going to do 10-acre lots, and the handwritten miscellaneous decision of approval. So that's what was happening back in the time. So I don't know what to do.
Well, I think you need to convince the board that something has changed from then that justifies removal of the condition of approval.
It hasn't changed. It always has been a 2-acre lot, so, approval for lot size and all the same requirements, so.
I mean, if the conditions of approval were just imposed willy-nilly, right, for absolutely no valid reason, then yes, you should remove it. But I think you haven't been presented with any evidence as to why it was imposed in the first place. We haven't seen any minutes. We, don't have any testimony from anyone who was there. So it's up to you to decide why it was imposed and whether that situation has changed.
I appreciate you telling me this now, but I've been asking for months now for direction of how to take care of this. So now you're telling me that I should come in with information. I know, that's right. That's why I've been trying to go to the board and ask, but again, there's always been a different procedure, so. I guess my argument is that there's no need for this in 1981 to bid 10-acre lots. It was, you had zoning at 80,000 at the time. I don't see the reason why it should be not being subdivided. I'm going to prove in a few minutes that I'm going to be able to subdivide the lots. I get what it is, R3 lot sizing, and we're going to meet that. So I don't know why it shouldn't be able to
First of all, the letter from the attorney said it's current owners of lots 3, 4, 6, and 7. 3 and 4 are not subject to this.
No, but those are the only four that.
Yeah, I understand.
So they were trying, is you have to get a majority of those lots to, if the 2 lots, couldn't just do it on their own, 4 lots, everything.
Again, you can ignore this, this has nothing to do with you.
Brought that up because I think some, I'm concerned that the media butter was concerned with that being on some of the deeds, so I brought that for you, but the whole thing is that I can subdivide these lots and meet your current requirements, and I don't see why we can't do that. Why should we not be allowed to do that? And I don't believe that these conditions were put on there for any good reason other than Bill's control or whatever it was at the time.
Oh, we don't know that. I mean,
Yep.
the decision made at that time by the board.
Yep.
We have no reason to believe it was inappropriate. There's been no evidence presented to show it's inappropriate. So for us to be overturn it, without having any facts to support that, I think it's kind of a non-starter. Decision was made, it made back then. I have no reason to know that it was inappropriate. It wasn't according to regulations.
If I can prove to you that I can subdivide it in current regulations,
I think that the fact that you can now, you have to prove that the action was taken back then should have been taken. You know, the deal made back then. To the applicant, to subdivide these lots. That was inappropriate. Something's changed. To see why we visit the city. I don't.
Can I make a recommendation, Joel?
sure.
If you-
go right ahead.
if you-
I Step right in. there.
No, if you could ask to continue this, we'll come in and we'll try to find the minutes from when this all happened, and then you would have the evidence from those meeting minutes to present your case to this board.
That's what we have to do.
He's saying they're strong on it, but, you know.
Well, we'll see what the minutes say. Yeah, well, I don't,
They're not-
you're not gonna get them online for those, because that was
No.
done way before.
What's that, 81?
Yeah.
So I can get them tomorrow.
And then she can send you the minutes and you can take a look at them and then we can look at it.
Oh,
Ask for continuance, I think.
I guess, but I suspect there's not gonna be much information in there.
I suspect that too.
Yeah, because if they did strong arm, they're not gonna write down things like that. So that's not gonna be there, but again, if the lot can be subdivided for your requirements, why can't it be subdivided? Not stuck with that. There's no 10 lot, and then make a lot, no further subdivision.
Because the previous decision made that it was, couldn't be subdivided. The decision was made, can't subdivide. That's,
Can't be because of,
I don't know, no one know how.
I don't know if there was
there is a
some
reason, say,
rule at the time that has since changed.
They used to do it all the
I
time.
I don't know what's there.
Yeah, it was a standard practice back then. I did a subdivision back in the 80s and they put that condition on it. Every single subdivision at the time said no further subdivision. It was a standard practice back then. I mean,
so
I'll see what we
I think we're gonna
have.
find-
that's why when you see what's in the minutes to see what it shows.
I think we're not gonna find anything more than what John and I have heard over the years.
Did you find that one?
Yeah, because we sent it. Barbara and I found it. And we,
Did we put them
Certainly
online?
Not because of the topography of the land, it's certainly not because of the wetlands. It's not anything that are restricting that.
it was like right here.
And no longer subject to,
When you did you do a deed review?
Yep.
And there was nothing beyond the comment that was noted in.
the statement says on it that.
Yeah.
No further subdivision allowed, but only on 4 lots. The deed restriction was only on those 4 lots, that's why I just curiously gave you that copy of it. So that was, that's my client's curious. solution to take care of that, because only those 4 lots that added the two. The other one is to come before the board, the price was to, from the board to get this rescinded. So, I'm here. But I can't, again, 1981, they weren't doing, I'm sorry, they weren't doing Westlands like they do. It wasn't all these requirements. There's this one piece of wetlands shown on.
Do you have them there? No.
Require those things back there. There wasn't topography done out there. So there's no reason that this should not have been approved other than it's, like John said, we've been around a long time. We heard from people that were there, did this kind of thing.
Well, I think, Joe, I'm not saying you're wrong.
No, I know,
I'm
but
not saying you're right.
Yeah, I think there's some due diligence has to be done, then search for a little.
Someone do diligence.
All right.
I
Never made a note.
completely agree with that. Like, and yeah, I agree that there's got to be more presented that shows we kind of overturn this in every way, shape, and form to.
even if I show you that it can be subdivided in your requirements, regulations, your ordinances.
I think that's a secondary point.
Yeah.
I mean, it's what's on the.
So what, it didn't give a reason for the subdivision regs. It just said it was agreed to that there would be no further subdivision. That's what it says in the minutes. So
So if it was agreed to by the applicant, it's a binding condition. But there's gonna be a reason to remove it.
So. Reason is, it can be subdivided for the town requirements. I can meet all the town, I can meet the state requirements, but this. I don't think that people continue this to another thing that we.
yeah, I didn't realize they had them here. Where we
Me
read it.
neither, so, but I can prove that I can subdivide this property.
I think that's not the question. Right. The question is.
So, but. I'm asking the board to rescind that, and the reason why I'm asking is because we can meet today's regulations.
So I guess what I don't understand here is like, I don't, and I think about like any lot that somebody puts a condition on, that any person could come before the planning board and basically say, yeah, I can still meet all the requirements, so can you delete that off for me? And
But this,
that,
If it was a condition that the planning board set, then you guys would have to agree to it. If it was just something put in the deed, you would have to ignore it.
that's why I brought the document, because it's only in for the lots.
This condition of approval applies to all of the lots regardless of the deed
Right.
restriction.
Right. So, if I come next month and I can prove that I can subdivide this lot for your requirement. Why can't I subdivide it? Wasn't the owner, but we've taken care of that part, the civil part of it. Back to the planning board, being allow us to do this.
Did the attorney who wrote the letter have comments on this?
I'm not comfortable.
Yeah, he's asked.
We should get it for something where.
And again.
We can go to, district court or something to try to move it around.
So we should do it.
I get
Originally, we have to, if we could get.
I think the one that we've done,
Right, so that no.
The other one's just.
Yeah.
that we-
Staff doesn't have the authority, the planning board has the
It wasn't
authority.
on that. It wasn't on the conditions of approval. If
on
it's
the
on the
plan, we've had some,
conditions of approval on the,
oh, it's in there.
it's on the condition of approval
Done
in the
in
minutes.
the, Stratford County Registry of Deeds.
Well, that's why.
This is.
What's that now?
Has this been recorded?
So.
I'm wondering if that's been done.
From
my
the
standpoint, I'm not
comfortable. Wait, was that
Right here.
recorded?
It's right there.
Wait, was it recorded? Those documents that were signed, they weren't recorded by Chair.
I don't know if he did it at this point, but I'm Wayne Richard, I'm the owner of the property. I think it really came down, the question was, we heard from other neighbors, it's not on my deed. So Attorney Grossman said, why don't you go down to Rockingham County Farm and find out? So at that point, we found out that 6 of the deeds have no restriction on the deed itself. I understand it was handwritten on the map of the original subdivision, but it was handwritten. No one knew what was going on at that point. But still, I think there's an issue with why would the other 6 be different than the 4, which I own 2 of the 4, just lucky, I guess, because it seems so random. There's no reason for it whatsoever. I mean, it's just a random, these 6 don't have restrictions and my 4, so there's an issue one way or another.
Wow, the issue is the attorney that looked at the plan that wrote the deed didn't pick up on it on all the lots. That's what the issue is, and I've seen that happen many times.
Yeah.
So it has nothing to do with the planning board's approval. It has to do with the lawyer that wrote the deeds.
Back in the 81, he's probably not around.
But he didn't, because usually when they write a deed, any condition that's on the recorded plan goes on the deed. Because the lawyer didn't write it on the deed, doesn't change the fact that it was one of the conditions of approval.
On the original.
On the deeds.
Subdivision,
Right.
Being sold off, as he sold off, they didn't put that.
Yeah, we never understood why. All we knew was I know these people have been there for 41 years, so, and I was one of the original owners of the property. So some people are under the opinion I can subdivide mine, it doesn't say anything on it. And I said, well, mine has it. That's why we're here, basically. We try to straighten out what's going on. You know. And the subdivision, if you get to that point, you'll see it's a nice subdivision. It'll work out fine for everybody. There'll be no issues once he gets to the part where he can, talk about it. But we were just trying, at the very beginning, this started many months ago, we were just trying to find out that particular thing. That's why I went to Attorney Grossman, because saying maybe you could dig a little further, but he actually had me go down to the county farm and dig up the original, which we did, and they were corrected. No one's ever said that to me, though, that if it's on the plot, that's it. I've spent all the money I've spent, I guess, at that point.
Well, I guess we're asking the board to rescind it, so.
Get relief. I'm not an attorney myself, I'm just a landowner that.
No, he's asking this board if you're willing to rescind that. So it's the majority of the board that makes the decision.
And I prove to you that it can be met. It can meet the current standards.
As far as the law.
And like, you're opening Pandora's box.
Yeah. What if another person that didn't have it on his deed all this time came to you guys and said, well, I want to subdivide, it says nothing. I know that the plot's the real thing, but he would have bought his property with the understanding that he could do it.
Well, you should have looked at the plan when you bought it.
Really? I never heard of that one. But like I don't buy property.
So I guess we're asking if the board would rescind this. And I can prove to you that.
Yeah, I think you'll like all the plans we have done for the actual, subdivision. It ends up that this new piece of land would be 4.8 acres, almost the same size. I would have a smaller lot, but I'm over 70 and the smaller lots works for me right now, so that's it.
He can make the request and you guys can vote.
Would you like me to show you the rest of the subdivision? Should show you that.
I think we have to get past this first portion.
But that would be proof that would be a reason for you to be able to rescind it, because you can see that. Can prove how.
Well, no, so one thing we can do is we can vote on if the application is complete. They filed the application, we have all the information here. So accepting it to move forward beyond that, we can deny it based on the grounds that there's this restriction in there, which I don't know if it's exactly how I'm wording it, but like being able to hear the rest of the information the precursor of that is the application complete. That from.
On that signature on the, I've never seen that. I know you're saying I should have gone to see that. I haven't ever seen it. Is it a name on it? Did somebody say, this is me, I'm putting this on the original plan?
On the plan right.
It was on the notice of decision from the planning board that it was required. That's the reason why they have to enforce it. Even if it wasn't on the plan, it's still part of the notice of decision. That's.
But no one knows who that was, though, if that was the planning. Right.
And there's they had the names of the people that were on the board then.
Should accept as complete.
Joel, were you on the
And then we
board
can
then?
actually have discussion about that. So you're lucky because the last time you.
Purcell was
I
the-
debated getting up right at the end just because I could, but.
He's been on the
But I'm
registry of
not gonna do
deeds. I
that.
couldn't.
Anyway, I'll make a motion to accept application 260-13 and 14 GR 22, two lot line adjustment as complete. I'll second that, John.
Was Ron second?
No, it was John Driscoll.
Oh, sorry, John.
No, I got a
Roll call
with
vote.
these two guys.
Roll call vote.
Just a line.
That's your eye.
That fine. Okay. Application's been accepted as complete. Now, the next part of this is you still have to convince us that it's there, but we want to, part of that is, I guess, looking at your plan there as well.
Yeah.
Okay. So, you want a presentation of this, what I was going to propose in next to this. If you got the name. The Richards are proposing a lot line adjustment for their two lots. Tax map 260, lots 13 and 14, to create one additional lot, 13 lot. But right now, this is one lot, and this is one lot. We're gonna do a lot line revision, put the property line down the stone wall here.
It's an old stone wall, it's pretty straight, but it should be like a good plan.
So we're gonna create 13-1. It's gonna be full. So lot 14 is a vacant lot here. And it's currently 5.04 acres. It will become 2.36 acres. Lot 13 is also called 5 Partridge Drive. It's where Christine and Wayne was since 1983. Currently, this lot is 5.06 acres, and it will become 2.95 acres. By reducing the size of the lots 13 and 14, we are creating an additional lot 13-1, and that lot will be 4.79 acres. And the lot that we created in 1981, it did not require an HDES subdivision approval because it was greater than 5 acres. All 3 lots now will be under 5 acres and will require us to get an HDES subdivision approval. But again, I haven't applied for it yet. I've done all the work for it. So I can, there's no sense of going forward if you're not. Going forward. So that's why it's not pending. I'm all ready to send it in. Lot 13 having been developed has an existing septic system, well, house, driveways. We are showing a 4,000 square foot area for potential effluent disposal area with 2 test pits out back here. Even though the leach field from here, I'm showing it additional here because I have to do test pits for the state as well as for you people. So that's where a replacement system could go behind it. Lot 14 also has 2 test pits in a 4,000 square foot area of potential well location. So we need test pits here and potential well area in this area. New lot 13-1 has 2 test pits and also with a 4,000 square foot effluent area and potential well. So we need the test pits up here. Potential well. The only wetlands, so again, this is pretty big piece of land here. The only wetlands we delineated and they were delineated by wetland scientist Joseph Noel. They're located a little bit right here. It was offset of our property, and the rest of this is up here. During Mr. Noel's wetland delineation, we discovered a vernal pool up here, this corner here. And we understand that the town has an ordinance for the to address wetlands and vernal pools. And it can determine if you need a bigger setback or not. You can see where the test pits are going and stuff, so staying well away from that vernal pool. We all know that it's a sensitive area, and we're trying to stay away from it anyways. Already the existing road is closer than anything we're ever gonna propose up there. Right now, those test pits that we did is almost 40 feet away from the vernal pool, so we gotta find it effective. Partridge Drive is a paved road. Yeah. It's a class 5 town road. We came before you, about the Hemlock. Hemlock is gravel road, and it's a private road. It is maintained by the Elwood Drive Road Association. The reason why they have that name is before 9/11. It used to be called Elwood Drive. That's what the name used to be before it's Hemlock. We have included in our application packet that I submitted earlier, a letter from the association which addresses their maintenance schedule as well as requiring the new lot to become part of the association. I'm very aware of the town's concerns. Was on the planning board years ago and stuff, and I saw what happened with private roads, and I understand what you're trying to do. I appreciate that. I worked on many of these types of roads and seen different levels of maintenance, and I know some private roads out there are pretty bad. I live on a class 5 gravel road that the town maintains. This road is better maintained, and the town does a great job on my road, but this road, if you go out there, it's a really, really well maintained road. People that maintain it, chairman, he drives on it all the time. Anytime there's anything going on, a little hole or something, he's out there maintaining it. They have a very good maintenance schedule for this for the lots up. To maintain the road to all these other lots. That's going to be a maintenance pond. We are also aware of the rules for subdividing and building on a private road, and that's why we came to this board. Get some direction. We're going to go through the chief, the selectmen, we're going to go through you people. We've already met with the town road agent. He met us out there back in July of this year, and before we came to the board, and he gave us a assessment of Hemlock Lane and some recommendations. We went around there with the tape and stuff, and almost every area was 20 feet wide, gravel 20 feet wide, except for just a couple small places where it's been like there's a snow plowing stuff, a little windrows and stuff. But Wayne has already, along with the association, fixed those areas. So everything down to the proposed driveway, the new driveway would probably be right about here, about 200 feet over the proposed property. Because the new driveway construction is on a private road, I don't think a town driveway permit application is going to be required. The Elwood Road Association is viewing the driveway design, and it's a board like the road agent. We'll have to have the road agent review as well, even though it doesn't have jurisdiction over it. If you'd like to have that happen. Again, that's all with a piece of property. We put it at the top of that plan by some of those people, so I'll give you some land. No reason why it shouldn't be subdivided. Certainly meets all your requirements. Town subdivision regulations and zoning ordinances. Any questions?
Since it's gonna be on a class 6 or private road, since it's gonna be on a private road, is the select board weighed in on this, because they're the approvers of?
I know, but we came to you people already about the total city.
And you could do like you did on, well, there was another road that you came in on. And what happened is you made the condition that they have to comply with the town's class 6 and private road policy, which would be they make the application to the selectmen and the selectmen authorize it, and any road upgrades the selectmen would do too.
There was always in your thing is, or the planning board can have direction to do it, or they can let it go to the selectmen. And in that meeting that we came here, you, Ron, decided that you guys were gonna take care of that and not pass it on to the selectmen.
You could, as part of the subdivision approval, require whatever upgrades to that road you think are appropriate.
That's what you said. That meeting.
But you're
But I
gonna need more
guess-
information about the road, I think.
This is a chicken and egg scenario from the standpoint that, like, all of a sudden now you create a new lot on a private road, and all of a sudden now the select board is there, and you're forcing the select board's hand on approval because of something that we're creating.
But doesn't you, are you gonna wait until there's a building permit request?
Before it goes to the selectmen.
This is nothing to show with the road.
7441 applies equally to building permits and subdivision applications. However, because this is now going to be a road shown on a plan approved by the planning board, it would have sufficient frontage for 67441 and wouldn't otherwise need to go to the selectmen. So the purpose of that is that presumably when these things come to you, you look at this road, you decide whether it's built to appropriate standards. If not, as part of the subdivision, you require whatever upgrades you should require. And then the road is built to the standard that will support the building permit when it's ultimately issued. But John, don't I also understand that this would require a variance? Didn't you say that the zoning ordinance requires frontage on a class 5 or better road?
But it's if you create an interior road as part of a subdivision and they approve that as a road standard, that'd be no different than a subdivision road. But if they were trying to just use it as road frontage and the planning board wasn't looking at the road standards, then they would need the variance to have the frontage be on, other than a class 6 and private road, and have the selectmen approve the building permit. That's how because you take a road, this road right here next to us, when this subdivision goes in, those subdivisions are all private roads until the selectmen decide to approve them. And then the planning board is determining the standard of what they have to be graded to. So part of this is on the subdivision road would be off of a class 6 road, a class 5 road, because Partridge Lane is a class 5 road.
The frontage is off Partridge Lane.
The frontage doesn't have to be the access for the new road. If you guys were approving the road, the standard that the road has to be built to, that road is coming off of a class 5 road, no different than any subdivision road that goes in a subdivision is approved to.
But we're not, we're actually we would be creating a more non-conforming use off of a private road.
You can have frontage on a private road as long as the access for the private road that you approve comes off of a class 5 or better road.
The access is not coming off of class 5 or better road. It's
The
coming off of
The driveway is coming off of Partridge, which is a class 5 road. The road. But if you approve the road and you approve the standard that road is built to, that road is coming off of a class 5 road.
Let's see what the ordinance is. Frontage, the length of a lot line abutting a class 5 highway or other road upon which buildings may be built lawfully. Well, that is completely not helpful. But a private road is a road where buildings may be built lawfully, so I don't think they would need a variance.
I agree.
And we should add that to the list of zoning amendments.
The list is
The
only.
Because any new subdivision road technically is a private
No,
road.
I understand that, yeah. So I would say that in order for you to determine what, if any, road upgrades need to be made to the road, you need to know more about the road, but it's your decision. You guys might know enough about the road.
That's why we had the road agent go out there.
Yeah, we get the notes from the road agent.
Oh,
Right, but remember, that's one of the things that we talked about, is not the road agent's responsibility to go out and prove their application.
Unless the town wants to go out and start reading
All the
private
roads
for the
and-
purpose of the fire department.
And the road agent looked at it to compliance with the class 6 and private road standards that the selectmen applied, not to the subdivision road standards, which are two different things.
Right.
Because of that, we were going by the new policy you gave me. So
That class 6 and private road policy, correct?
So we were following that.
Because when you came to the conceptual in front of the board before, they had the thing about if it meets that requirement, I think is what they told you when you were here.
That's why you could have done it, or the selectmen could have done it, when you decided that you didn't want to pass it on to the selectmen, that you were going to take care of that.
Nice job, Ron.
Roll the
It's
video.
not an accurate summary of what I said.
Well.
That's
with the
2 in a
plenary
row
session,
for
it's not
Ron.
just-
Right, it's a non-binding discussion.
But you're,
I feel that this lot, these two lots can be subdivided just as I've shown. We approval by the other things.
But you have to prove that the road meets an acceptable standard for that to be,
It's 20 feet wide, it's all the way. That
the road agent doesn't count it.
does is if you gave recommendations, you can.
Doesn't.
Because it's not the road agent's job. to
No,
make
but that was his
decisions.
recommendation on here, right?
So who else would I gotta do?
As the subdivision, right?
we met with them and said that
Who gets
part of the address that comply with the documents.
This-
No, I'm just saying, I said in my presentation that you like, because there is no building permit. Because it's a building permit, but the driveway permit is not gonna be open down. But if you like the road agent to review, I've designed the driveway.
Oh, he just said he'll do it. later.
The client, selling the lots, if basically it's gonna be hiring us to do the design of them. I think, Mark's comments was that, with everything that
It
he
is
said.
late.
I'm trying to I'm caught in this.
Let's go talk.
Feel up.
Taking a brief recess for anybody that's online and in the audience.
You guys You,
9 o'clock.
everybody out, yeah.
Stay in kitchen and stuff. You guys come.
Appreciate you giving us the time to go hash through it. In discussion with the board, we all think consistently agree that there is some concern over the original subdivision and the notice of decision that was made for that being a binding document. And our recommendation to you is probably your best path forward would be to request a continuance and go do some more digging. Really validate, to take that burden of proof is really exhausting. In order to move this, if you're looking to do the counties.
We'd certainly like to move it forward, but I don't know the road you want me to go down. I don't do that for a living. I don't know, if we can either rescind it or not rescind it. If you don't want to rescind it, I stop spending money, I guess that would be one thing. But we've come a long ways too, so I'd like to see it, come to fruition.
Well, choice, you can ask for a decision now, or you can say, I'm gonna spend more time, invest a little more time and find out, demonstrate, demonstrate there. Its original decision was inappropriate somewhere.
How would I go about that?
More than what we just showed you, there's no researching. Correct, or
It's a 40-year-old decision that's been in place. Well, chart requires.
so you're saying come back with some proof and stuff that there's no reason, so.
The
There
notice of
is no reason that they put that stipulation.
That proof right there is a one point though, right? So you have to get past.
the notice of decision. There was a notice of decision that was made from a prior planning board during the original subdivision that put a covenant or a restriction on that property.
We gotta find out why they did that.
Yes.
So proof, because there's nothing in the thing. So proof, if he shows that the subdivision requirements back in 1980 something didn't require the lots to be that size, would that be something of the proof you're looking at? I mean, what kind of proof you're looking at that he needs to go after? That's the question. He doesn't understand what you're looking for him to get.
I feel like getting to then you get the minutes.
Well, but the subdivision regs at the time would have gave what the
But
standards were.
what the minutes say is that it's done with the agreement of the applicant. So if you want to talk to the original applicant, if you want to talk to the original board members, if you want to find out why that agreement was made and explain to the board, either it was made or it wasn't actually made, it was bullied.
Those people aren't even around anymore. I know one of the hotels, which was part of it, passed away, the other lived way up in Maine. I haven't seen or heard from them for a long time, so. No one, I'm just, when we went to his office and purchased that land, the second piece of land we actually purchased from the town, it was taking the back taxes. No one showed us that map, and I was just telling a friend of mine that, I didn't even realize until just looking for those deeds that 3 more houses going up towards Evans Road, if you know the property and everything, were actually part of that subdivision. Never even knew it. I only thought it was just the Partridge Drive and the abutters to that, but it actually goes up to Evans on that side. And I never, like I said, no one ever showed me that. That would have been different, I guess, so.
I guess where I'm coming from is it's 40 years ago, the planning board
Right.
made a decision. I am not prepared to overturn that. That's because
Yeah, that's it. That's what we keep coming back, and if you say it's absolutely no, then.
We never said that.
Right.
But at this moment, that you have to go out and find something.
Something,
Some people-
that's pretty broad.
Well, you said absolutely no, so that was just as equally as broad.
Right.
I'm just trying to, Joe, you have to find something. Because you're asking us to do something based on a 41-year-old decision that none of us know anything about.
No, and those people probably aren't around, that is my thinking. I don't think I'm gonna find a board member from back 40 years ago.
So you bought a parcel
Right.
at one point that was a town deeded parcel. If you wanted to build on that, so sell it anytime within a 10-year span, part of that is you clean up the deed on that. That's,
Right.
and they go back and they do that research and they
Sure.
do the work. That's essentially what we're talking about here is you're doing that research to say, hey, here's what the decision was, here's where it was. Reached out to these people who were involved in it, and this is the information that comes back. And that becomes your argument or your base case to say, yes, it's acceptable to move forward.
Well, then I guess we ask for a continuance and, we'll try to find something, but I don't think my hands are good.
You have a date, how long do you think you want to continue?
Well, I'm gonna be,
Go for your next meeting because dragging, just getting dragged out.
we started this in April when somebody approached me and I liked the person. I said, yes, I'd be willing to do it. Here we are today.
So,
December
your
6th,
next meeting.
December 6th.
One more item.
Can we do, one a little bit later than the December stuff?
You can go late, you can go anytime you want.
Just go with December. If we can't get our stuff, we'll ask for continuous stuff.
Another one, yeah.
So one of the things you keep on kind of talking about a couple times is that for the road and stuff, and it's right in your standards there, that, that's what we went by, and that's why we came to you before, is that this does meet class private road flat the standards here, and it says right here, what is it? And the road is 16 feet, it's 20 feet. It's 16 feet, like 2-foot shoulders. The road and shoulders shall be constructed, it's wood, rated, fire, yes. It meets all the requirements.
It's a really nice road. There are 20 some odd houses down there, so they keep it
All right,
up.
given the hour, I'm sorry, I'm gonna cut you off a bit.
Yeah.
The first issue, you got there with first issue, all the rest of the stuff that happened in the board. We should know. No.
Yeah, I know, she's, I don't know if she.
Anyway, I make a motion, we,
There's no-
continue with application 260 13-14 GR-22 to December 6th.
Section.
Great one.
Roll call.
Go for it. We'll call the continue to December 6th.
And I said I.
Oh, yes, you're right.
I.
Is there any public comment?
There is not.
Since we're just.
I mean, there can be a general public comment as we wrap this up, but is there something you'd like to?
Yeah, I'd like to talk about this subdivision here.
There is no subdivision. Right, there is no subdivision because there's nothing for us to approve at this point, sir.
Correct.
You
that's what
opened the
that's what I'm saying.
you opened the meeting and you didn't allow public comment yet.
He's been here.
Okay.
He's been here for a while, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's been here for a while, right?
Wow.
There may be people online too, because there was some people.
There's people on
I've noticed from the Alwood Road Association. Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Chris Carr. I own land on Hemlock Lane. This request is not just a lot line adjustment or a subdivision. It is a proposal to redefine the Hemlock Lane community. This board is being asked to rescind deed restrictions that were executed by agreeable parties, resulting in enforceable warranty deeds. Mr. Richards signed a contract that he would not subdivide his property, and yet here we are. Mr. Richard and Mr. Reynolds agreed that both properties in this request contained a deed restriction of no further subdivision is allowed. These restrictions were put in place by the town of Barrington back in the 1980s, not to benefit the landowner, but to protect neighbors from further intrusive developments. And have you heard about whether or not the board has the authority, and we've talked about that a little bit here. Mr. Reynolds and also states that only 4 deeds out of the 10 lots in this section of northern land traders contain no subdivision deeds allowed. The fact that 6 other properties do not have this restriction does not alter the fact that these 2 parcels of land we're talking about do contain the restrictions. Also stated they are clearly marked on 1981
approval. Mr. Reynolds is so convinced that the planning board has this authority, then why are they retaining an attorney to make the changes? If I may move this map just a bit. This area here is what we're talking about. This subdivision here. This was one subdivision from Northern Land Traders. This was another subdivision. This was the third subdivision. This area here in this subdivision is all Hemlock Lane. In that subdivision, just in this area, in Hemlock Lane, there are 5 other properties that have deed restrictions. If this board or the other boards remove these deed restrictions, you can open up 11 new houses on this tiny, densely populated road. So we prepared to change all the deed restrictions of Northern Land Traders in the 1980s. They have copies of the deed of warranties that both Mr. Polychronis, who is the original owner, and Mr. Richard, when they purchased in 1981, both signed by the Hertels and Northern Land Traders, stating no further subdivision is allowed. So I don't see any reason why this board or any board should say that the restrictions are not valid. Thank you.
Are there any other folks online?
No one online is raising their
Well,
hand.
I can have. Is there anybody online that would like to make
No,
a
the
comment
written's
for or
online.
against the application at this point for public comment? If so, please raise your hand or put yourself on mute.
What's that?
Mr. Chairman, I do see people online, but no one has responded to make a public.
Between Ray and Peter.
He's down across the market.
Yeah.
Well, it's open. I mean, it's open. Right. Anybody else? One
Yeah,
more?
we know.
Going once, going twice. Closing public
Am I
comment.
keeping this for?
That's
The record,
the
okay.
gentleman's provided. It's
Does he want them
referred
back?
to public comment.
Do you want these back?
No, you can have those.
Okay.
It identifies the document number of the registry of deeds that want to take a look at the deeds themselves.
All right, so this time we've already voted and approved to continue to December 6th. And we will see you folks.
Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Thank you.
See ya.
Good Thanksgiving.
One more.
Yeah.
Thank you.
This hopefully be very quick.
Yeah. You think so, huh?
Next item on the agenda, number 7, private roads, for a building permit in 175 Brooks Road, category 3.
Chair Steve Hyde, Source, representing the applicant. Sean Manning. Mr. Manning owns this piece of property, 22 acre parcel, that's frontage on Brooks Road. That's 6th Road, C911. Existing now, there are 5 residences beyond this. And the reason why we're here tonight is Sean has asked for a building permit from the building department. Building department has indicated that we have a conversation with you guys. Go to the selectmen allow him to grant the building permit on the class 6 road. There's 2 items in the building application that, well, I'm not sure you guys have the rights to waive, or if you need to waive it. And one of them is the road standards, the road standard existing. There's an association up there already, which he would be joining. The road is in actually excellent shape. You have comment from fire chief, police chief, and road agent. They have no issues with basically putting a house on the 22 acres. This is not a subdivision. This is just so we're here. I think it's just for.
They have to make comment to the planning board before the planning board can make the decision. It's part of the RSA 674.
They make to the select.
For the selectmen make the decision. They just make comment.
So it's a class 6, it's actually better than a class 6 road. It's maintained by the 4 or 5 houses that are beyond that. Sean's owned this property for a couple of years now. We've got to get a shoreline permit from the state. We've also gotten a septic system approval from the state. The roadway is, it's actually paved up to a certain section back here, about 200 feet beyond that, then it starts, he's on the gravel road. And so by need, we're just here to let you guys know that. Recommendations from you guys to say, I guess, go ahead and do it. The waiver, is that from the selectmen?
Yes, from the selectmen.
Okay,
And
that's it.
does he have looks like there's a wetland and the driveway's gonna impact the wetland?
It's actually not. So interestingly enough, the existing access is already, this driveway already exists. There are culverts under here, so we stay within the same. So there's no wetland impacts, nothing like that. So it's existing driveway.
Was this one
that they're
approved by the
maintaining.
old
Right.
policy?
And I
No.
looking at it, I saw the highway road agents note, we did recommend addressing the potholes, grading, joining the association, and have the homeowner repair any damage incurred as a result of the project.
That's the typical selectman.
Well, it's also like the fire chief started to the road.
That road for about a mile long was upgraded when Simmons got a building permit, and they built that to that full 16-foot with 2-foot shoulders gravel for about a mile long, which is probably over a half, 3/4 of a mile past us.
Beyond this.
I think the fire chief would be on the.
I don't think anybody on this board was on it when she
Yeah,
came.
for reference, that there's, from where this driveway is, it's maintained all the way out. The last house on the right is.
Simmons, yeah, they're the ones that upgraded the road.
Yeah. So we're really just, whatever recognition you guys, whatever you need, pretty well we're here.
The question I have is, it says, civil engineers confirm the road is up to class 5 standards. Who was the civil engineer? Is that you?
Yeah, that's me.
Okay.
Who wrote that memo? Class 5 standard? Oh, because it's all it's got to meet is the class 6 and private road standard. If it's for just a building permit, it has nothing to do with a subdivision.
No, but I confirm that it meets that requirement.
Oh, the class 6
The
and private
waiver
road standard.
request, that was under the waiver request
Oh.
for him.
Yeah,
That, yeah, because they like to, the select board like to see why you're requesting a waiver
Oh,
request.
because it's already
They wanna
built to
make
that
sure that
standard.
The
It's not
planning
that
board knows.
standard, so there's
All
no
right.
need
Well, it
to.
just says, so the civil engineers confirm, like, if you're a civil engineer, you're
That's right.
okay.
Yeah.
And that's my little weak.
Just out of curiosity, how close is the
I'm a
house?
civil engineer, yeah.
Well,
Some unnamed civil engineer confirmed.
well,
Like a Bill Strong in that. This,
Well-
it's this civil engineer, you,
that's me. Yeah,
Okay.
we did the plan.
that's better.
How close is the house to the setback?
Oh, God.
Yes, what,
Towards setback.
the river? Is that following the
It's,
setback line?
yeah, so it's outside outside the flood zone, it's outside the town jurisdictional setback as well. It is within the 250-foot setback, and so we can show it from.
Okay, but yeah, because I was following your delineation lines.
Yeah, you see, there's 1,000.
Oh.
So we spent a lot of time making sure that all
This is my copy pasting of that.
When you say the floodplain, the flood zone, the 100-year flood or?
Yes.
He misconstrued what's supposed to be cut class
Yeah,
6 standard.
it's off the, That's this one. It doesn't even really follow. It's fine.
In my mind, it's just.
If it has an elevation, use the elevation. If not, we have to use the line. But we stay out of it as well. So really, I think, as John just mentioned, we're just here, whatever recommendation you guys would have for the planning board or.
The select board.
Select board, yeah.
Does anybody have any objections or any reason why we would not make a recommendation to approve to the select
I
board?
think we sent the same letter with including some of the provisions comments.
Yeah, typically that's you agree with the road agent. That's usually any damage done to the road, it's regraded, and usually the selectmen require that too, especially if you get concrete trucks going in the spring, sometimes there's road damage just because.
That's one of the best roads you guys got in town.
I know, they did a real good job when they
Yeah.
built it. They dug everything all out and put all gravel in there. I saw them do it.
Darren do that?
Yeah, Darren did it.
The impetus now is that Sean needs to get the foundation in backfilled for the winter. We get that thing done. When does the selectmen meet?
We cannot guarantee that when it will be on the next agenda.
They meet
Because
next week.
You will not be on the next week, I'll tell you that now.
Okay.
Oh, I thought she put.
No, that was for Sarah Rhodes. Sarah
Oh.
Rhodes would be on next week.
Okay, they could request, I think tomorrow's the deadline for the select board agenda.
That's not how I appreciate that. That's not how our internal process works.
Things have changed.
I'll put it that way.
But they're meeting every week, aren't they?
Sending our standard letter with conditions.
Yeah,
going to
because
the
they
select
want a
board.
week before they turn on their agenda.
Yeah.
I motion, second by Ron Allard.
The recommendation.
He got it out, before you, roll call vote. I got it.
That's what you're like.
Staff clarification, the fire chief, I know we mentioned the notes, but
His
do you still
recommendation.
want to go with, because he does not support the waiver?
I think he looked to be on the property.
Right, so I didn't know.
And he still has, those comments would still go to the select board when they make their decision.
To be fire police.
All those things still go to. the
He
select
wants it all in there, he wants to just make sure.
At the same time. So what meeting would we potentially be on?
So let me.
Aren't they
I'm
meeting
not
every
100%
week
sure. I
with the
think they're
budget
meeting every
now?
week for the budget. I believe the 14th,
Make a motion to adjourn?
but Tiffany,
Do we have other business?
I think you got it.
Tiffany and the administrators
Do we have other business?
will be confirm that for you.
Yeah, going
Because I have
home.
to write them a
Yes.
memo.
Who
and they
was
give
the
me a week to
second
do
one?
that.
Seconded.
Yes, I take care of all that. I anticipate the 14th, but she will contact. be sure to contact you.
All right, that's.
I'll go home so I can.
Thank you for all of your time this evening. Yeah, so this is.